69. Join C-SPAN's America and the Courts as we telecast a panel discussion examining the Warren Court. Panelists will profile the different justices serving the Warren Court and major rulings. America and the Courts, Saturday beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific Time.
Up next, we take you to Capitol Hill for a hearing held to investigate allegations of massive fraud, drug money laundering, and support of terrorists by the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, or BCCI. The Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations met today to hear from a former top executive of BCCI. He worked for the organization for 13 years in the United States and Britain and testified about the bank's secret ownership of First American Bankshares located here in Washington, D.C. We now turn to the hearing chaired by Senator John Kerry of Massachusetts.
The hearing of the Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations will come to order. Today we're conducting our sixth in a series of hearings on the BCCI affair. Our witness today is a 13-year veteran and one of the top officers of BCCI in the United States, Mr. Abdur Sakhia. And Mr. Sakhia is going to be followed tomorrow by Mr. Burt Lance. And let me just correct for those of you following this, it will not commence at 9 o'clock. It will commence at 10 o'clock tomorrow. But the hearing on Thursday will still remain at 9 o'clock. And the Thursday hearing, Mr. Lance will be followed by Messrs. Clifford and Altman. And then on Friday, the CIA and the State Department will testify regarding their experiences with BCCI. Mr. Sakhia resigned as from BCCI in 1989. He was once head of BCCI's Miami office, and he was responsible for handling the Caribbean for BCCI. He also headed BCCI's Coordination Committee in the United States, something we will hear about in the course of testimony, a committee that dealt specifically with BCCI's expansion efforts in this country. In addition, he held other important jobs that he will describe for BCCI, both in New York and London. He is a highly trained banker from Pakistan, and Mr. Sakhia has personal, direct knowledge of all of the major figures, or almost all of the major figures, in and around the BCCI scandal, including BCCI's former chief, Mr. Agha Hassan Abadi, the creator of BCCI, and the number 2 man at BCCI, Swaleh Naqvi. He, in addition, will have knowledge regarding important frontmen for BCCI, like Mr. Gaith Farone and others, as well as knowledge of the interrelationship between BCCI and First American and National Bank of Georgia. During his years at BCCI, Mr. Sakhia not only met with many of the world's chief central bankers, but he was part of an effort to cultivate important political figures in the United States and around the world, including a number of heads of state. He will testify today about BCCI's efforts to specifically cultivate favor with those individuals, as well as payoffs that were made to some of these officials. He will also testify about his knowledge, personal knowledge, of BCCI's involvement in the Iran-Contra affair. He will also testify about their plans for growth in the United States and how he at least perceived the relationship to First American and the National Bank of Georgia. He will testify about strategy meetings at the bank in which BCCI discussed what it would do to try to prevent disclosure of many of the things that it was doing, particularly the activities which people were trying to shed light on after the indictment in Florida for drug money laundering. And he will discuss even efforts to try to prevent this subcommittee from reaching the truth with respect to those matters. Mr. Sakhia, I welcome you to the committee, and before I swear you in, I want to turn to my colleague, but I do want to make it clear for the record that Mr. Sakhia is appearing here voluntarily, without subpoena, and that he has also provided assistance to a number of law enforcement agencies, including the Manhattan District Attorney and the United States Justice Department here in Washington, and we will discuss that at the opening of his testimony. Before I turn to swear you in, Mr. Sakhia, let me turn to my ranking member and colleague in this effort, Senator Brown from Colorado.
Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for your efforts in this light. Mr. Sakhia provides a vital link of information, not only about BCCI's operation, but the knowledge that others must have had about that operation. And I believe his testimony today is going to give this committee a deep understanding, a far better understanding of how this operation worked and how it moved forward. It, in effect, provides a critical link for us in seeing how the tentacles of BCCI spread and how their operations work. So I look forward with you to today's testimony and the information that I believe will come forth.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Mr. Sakhia, could I ask you please to stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Senator,
could you pull your microphone a little bit closer? If you could get it very close. It works a lot better when it's close.
Yes.
And if you could identify your counsel who's with you here.
Senator, my name is Mark Schnapp. I'm from the Miami firm of Greenberg Traurig. If I might address the members of the committee for a few moments before Mr. Sakhia begins his testimony.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Senator Brown, Mr. Sakhia appears here today as a witness and a victim of a massive scandal involving BCCI. When he left the bank, and that was in 1990, he was the head of global marketing based in London. Prior to that, he had been head of the United States region up until August of 1989. When I say that Mr. Sakhia is a victim of the fraud, he is a man who had devoted his life to the development of this bank, along with many others. He's a man here who will tell you that the bank was not only a job, it was a culture, and he'll explain that to this committee. And he is a man whose career has essentially been ruined by his association with that bank, as has many others who worked for that bank over the years. Mr. Sakhia is one of the few who has remained behind in the U.S. to answer the questions of this committee and the many law enforcement agencies and regulators that have questions about what happened. He's appeared before agencies within the Department of Justice, before the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and now he appears before the Senate. The result is he's been harassed by BCCI former officials. There's been threats on Mr. Sakhia. And now he's in a situation where regulators, including New York State Banking Authority, are threatening to take away his home. Before we move on to the next scandal of the 90s, I think it's important that people who work for a bank, particularly a third world bank, be able to speak to committees such as this one and let the United States people know what this has done to their lives. Mr. Sakhia, as many others who work for the bank, will live with the stigma of this bank forever. It'll make it difficult for him and many others to seek employment after this is all done. Mr. Sakhia is here to tell you about his experience with the bank, how it's affected his life, and with the hope that this will never happen again. At this point, Mr. Sakhia is here to answer any questions this committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schnapp. We appreciate that, and I think it is certainly the committee's intention to try to understand the personal aspects of this, as well as the regulatory and legislative and banking and other aspects of it, and I think that helps to shed a considerable amount of light on it. Mr. Sakhia, before I proceed to address a series of questions to you and to try to draw this story out, Let me first of all just ask you, you have said that you appear here voluntarily, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have also appeared specifically before what law enforcement jurisdictions?
I have appeared before Manhattan District Attorney, 3 different branches of Justice Department, Washington, Atlanta, and Tampa.
Before grand juries in all cases?
No, sir. In Washington, I appeared before the grand jury, but I've had discussion with the attorney's office in Tampa and in Atlanta.
And in New York, you appeared before the grand jury of the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir. And I've had long periods of time. I spent a lot of time with the Federal Reserve Bank in New York.
And in each case, have you given sworn testimony?
Yes, sir, I have.
So this is approximately the 5th time that you will appear to give sworn testimony?
Yes, sir.
This is the first time you have appeared in public to give
Yes, sir.
such testimony. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Senator, perhaps I can clarify something. On those appearances where he was called to testify before a grand jury, he'd given sworn statements. In the interviews with the FBI or U.S. Attorney's Office, I don't believe on each occasion it was under oath, but it was essentially the same matters that were covered.
Yes, that's correct.
And clearly, because you are with counsel here and you have appeared before these other bodies, you do not need any explanation as to what it means to testify under the pains and penalties of perjury. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But I do remind you, because I want the public to understand, that you testify today recognizing that, and that anything you were to say here that might differ from any of the testimonies you have given previously under oath could you subject you to that penalty, and you understand that, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now, recognizing that, let me also ask you, do you at this time have any agreements other than immunity? Are there any agreements for protection, any agreements for monetary reward, any other kinds of agreements which have induced you to testify?
No, sir, I have none.
All right. Now, if I may, I'd like to just have you talk a little bit. Do you have an opening statement you want to make?
Yes, sir, I have.
Then let me just let you do that, and then we'll proceed to ask some questions.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Brown, it is an honor and privilege to be here before this body.
Let me ask you a favor. If you just move the mic down a tiny bit, and then when you look down, we won't lose you. Move it. There you go. I think that'll be better.
It is an honor and privilege to be here before this body for someone of my humble background. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Before I respond and we go into the question answers, I would like to say a few words. Sir, volumes have been said and written in different forums before various committees, grand juries, and by the media. I've heard masterful articulation by top politicians, brilliant attorneys, very competent officials, and executives. In this regard, I'm a man of modest education and training. But what I will say will be honest, forthright, and simple. I do not have the ability to articulate in a manner that others have. Much untruth and half-truth has been revealed in both official inquiries and in the news media. I've seen all this with great pain and anguish. I'm happy to note, sir, that for a long period, you have been in search of truth and have attempted to get to the bottom of this tragedy. And therefore, I consider this as a privilege to be here before you. The reason for my pain and anguish is that no forum, no legislative body, no law enforcement body, nor any media has paid any attention to the silent victims of this conspiracy. Any discussion of this tragedy must include discussion of thousands of innocent employees, both in this country and around the world. Mr. Chairman, I have personally cooperated, as you said before, various law enforcement regulatory, and legislative bodies, both in this country and elsewhere. I have also directed and guided them wherever I was able to. This cooperation has put me and my family in physical danger. There have been attempts to falsely implicate me in wrongdoings. Others have conspired so that myself and some colleagues lost jobs, which we got after leaving BCCI. Sir, I come from the third world. I grew up there. I was educated there. We learned there that if you are raped or burgled or are victim of other crimes, you do not report it to the authorities. You suffer in silence, because as a victim, you are raped by the law all over again. Mr. Chairman, the regulators in New York State, after extracting cooperation for over a year, are threatening to not only take away my home, but the lawyers have attempted to threaten me and say that if I was to bring a lawsuit, this would cause me great discomfort. Mr. Chairman, I am not afraid of the truth. And I cannot silently walk away from my home. I'm afraid, sir, that the approaches may be different in the third world and this world, but the results are the same. You either suffer in silence or face the consequences twice. The BCCI is a tragedy of immense magnitudes. The victims are depositors all over the world, 14,000 staff in 73 countries. Reserves of many nations have totally or partially disappeared. But so the players were few. European directors, handful of Middle Eastern businessmen or middlemen, handful of executives from the subcontinent, one firm of auditors, and high-priced American lobbyists and lawyers. The principal regulator, Bank of England. All of them must be made accountable. I've heard a lot about the role of Mr. Abedi and some of his associates. They must most certainly be brought to book. I'm aware of some investigation on the role of so-called Washington lawyers and some Middle Eastern middlemen, but I've not heard of any criticism of the European directors who enriched themselves for many, many years. I'm also surprised, and I should say even shocked and horrified at the total lack of accountability of Pricewaterhouse, who bear the primary, if not the sole responsibility. They have been completely negligent, incompetent, and possibly corrupt and accomplice in the fraud. BCCI tragedies seem to be remote to this forum and to many in this country because the bulk of the victims are far away, and only few of us, like myself, are US taxpayers. But sir, if the tragedy like BCCI has to be avoided in the future, the firms like Pricewaterhouse should be brought to justice. So should the directors of the bank, who were beneficiaries for so long, and all the Middle Eastern middlemen. The Gokul Group, the Gulf Group, should also be brought to the book. Sir, also the role of Bank of England has been no less contributory to the tragedy. I'm sympathetic with the victims in Britain who say that the Bank of England has been more racist and has done more harm to Asians in Britain than the National Front would have ever been able to. Bank of England for years was aware of a lot of things, and they kept quiet. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the state and federal regulators who had given us the opportunity to do business in this country and who helped us and guided us in good times and in difficult times. I apologize to them for being the source of embarrassment. I also wish to convey my apology to the government and ruler of Abu Dhabi for what my senior colleagues betrayed their trust. My only regret is that in this regard, the representative was prevented by Mr. Naqvi and Mr. Zafar Iqbal when I wanted to meet him before leaving the bank. Once again, thank you, sir, for this opportunity, and assure you of honest and sincere cooperation. I request you to use your good offices to mitigate the sufferings of innocent victims, the staff of BCCI in this country and elsewhere. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sakhia. I appreciate your statement. Senator Simon has joined us. Do you have an opening statement?
I
Senator
do
Simon?
not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sakhia, let me try to build a record here, if we can, and introduce you to a public that doesn't really have any sense of who you are, where you come from, and how you came to be in the position you're now in. So let's go back a little bit in time, if we may. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where were you born?
Sir, I was born in a small town in India, and at the age of 6, I migrated to Pakistan in 1947. I had my initial education in Pakistan, from where I had a college degree.
What were you trained in?
I was trained in science. I had major in chemistry.
And where did you go to? To a public that doesn't really have any sense of who you are, where you come from, and how you came to be in the position you're now in. So let's go back a little bit in time, if we may. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where were you born?
Sir, I was born in a small town in India, and at the age of 6, I migrated to Pakistan in 1947. I had my initial education in Pakistan, from where I had a college degree.
What were you trained in?
I was trained in science. I had major in chemistry.
And where did you go to college?
Initially, my first degree in college was from Pakistan, in Karachi. Subsequently, after a year of working in Pakistan in a bank called United Bank, I was transferred to London when I had a further education in West London College in London.
What did you study in London?
I studied business management, systems, corporate planning, everything to do with management, because I didn't have any formal management education before.
What was your job in London at that time?
I was working for United Bank as an officer.
What year are we talking about?
From 1964 to 1966. In 1966, I went back to Pakistan with United Bank. I had had series of quick promotions. I'd started as a junior trainee in 1963. By 1969, I was assistant vice president. My gross emoluments had multiplied about 12 times in 6 years. In 1969, I left United Bank and I joined Management Association, which in cooperation with Ford Foundation of United States was setting up management consultancy and training services in Pakistan.
Where was that based?
It was based in, it was to be based in Karachi, but I had training in Turkey for several months, then in the UK with Ovicon and Partners, and then I traveled to Europe where other consultancies were operating. This was all sponsored and paid for by Ford Foundation.
So the Ford Foundation paid for your consultancy education, in a sense, or your consultancy work?
My consultancy education.
Okay.
I returned to Pakistan in early 1971, but the things had dramatically changed in Pakistan with the war between Bangladesh and Pakistan, and also the socialist government had taken over toward the end of 1971.
Mr. Sakhia, let me ask you one thing. Sometimes your sentences are trailing off a little bit, and if you could just keep speaking right into the microphone, I think it would be helpful.
Right, sir. I continued with this consultancy organization at the Management Association till November 1973, when the government of Pakistan requisitioned my services, and I was made an advisor to the government for the National Bank of Pakistan.
Is that the time when Mr. Abadi's bank was closed or nationalized by the government?
Well, about 2 months before the nationalization, I joined the government as an advisor.
As an advisor to the government?
As an advisor to the government of Pakistan, specifically for National Bank of Pakistan. I stayed as an advisor till late 1974 when they asked me to go to Saudi Arabia to start a joint venture between the National Bank of Pakistan and the Saudi businessmen. I spent almost 2.5 years in Saudi Arabia as an advisor, and I founded the bank called Bank Al Jazeera.
How do you spell that?
ALJIZIRA. This was the first joint venture bank in Saudi Arabia. During my stay in Saudi Arabia, Mr. Abidi contacted me several times. And once I met him in London in about September or October of 1976. At that time, I was contemplating to move from Saudi Arabia because I had small children.
And who did you know Mr. Abidi to be at that time? Had you met him at any time previously?
Yes, sir. Between 1963 and 69, I worked for United Bank, and Mr. Abidi was the president of United Bank.
So you came to know him in the course of your employment for the National Bank?
For United Bank, my first job.
And how closely did you work with Mr. Abidi at the bank, United Bank?
Well, sir, I was fairly junior. He was the president, and I was a trainee. But he used to invite us for meetings every couple of weeks, every month, to see how our training was going and how we were performing. And then I had, as I mentioned, meteoric rise in that bank. And I came into executive cadre within 5 years of my employment. So at that time, he became aware of who I was and what I was doing.
And it's fair to say that Mr. Abidi thought enough of you, based on that early exposure, that he wanted to get you involved with his subsequent banking effort.
Yes, sir. So
and that inquiry took place in Saudi Arabia, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what happened?
So finally, I joined BCCI in January of 1977. I was based in London, England, from 1977 to about spring of 1979. In spring of 79, I moved to Canada. At that time, BCCI had a finance company in Canada called BCCI Inc.
Short list of the things that BCCI did. Go ahead.
It had only one office in Toronto. I stayed in BCCI Canada for 2 years. We filed an application to convert the finance company into a commercial bank. And we grew from 1 office to 4 offices. And our size multiplied about 10 times in assets or 11 times in assets. In mid-1981, I was asked to move from Canada to London, back to London, or to go to Tokyo in rep office, or to go to Panama. And at that point, I resigned from the bank because I did not want to move from Canada. Incidentally, I'm a citizen of Canada, although I'm a resident alien in the United States. At that time, Mr. Abidi brought in a lot of pressure on me and said we were a family, and in a family we cannot divorce, we cannot separate. Our association is for life. He agreed to send me to work on some acquisitions and expansion of the bank. And although I was still based in Canada and my family was in Canada, but I traveled to Spain, Brazil, Jamaica, Florida to either file new application for the bank or acquire banks or investment banks.
And we're talking about 1980?
81, second half of 1981. In February of 1982, Mr. Abidi asked me to go to Florida provisionally to help set up both the regional office for Latin America and Caribbean, and also set up an agency in Miami. I stayed in Miami from early 1982 to early 1987. in those 5 years, BCCI became the second largest foreign bank in state of Florida. We had developed offices in Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, Trinidad. And our footing by that time was $850 million, and we were making $17 million in profit per year. In March of '87, I moved to New York to start what was then called United States Region. And all the offices in the United States, that is in New York, California, Washington, Chicago, Houston, came under my jurisdiction.
What year now? What month?
It's about spring of 1987, about March, April 1987.
So in the spring of '87, you had oversight responsibilities for all of BCCI in the United States.
Except for Florida. Florida was
Except
part
for Florida.
of Latin America region. In
Let me just ask now, prior to that, I think we'll get into this a little bit later, but prior to that, in your role as the regional manager in Miami,
yes, sir.
you had occasion from 1981 on to have a significant series of meetings in New York and elsewhere, London, regarding BCCI's operations generally in the United States.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
From spring of '87 to about March '89, I was the general manager based in New York. In March of 1989, I moved to London. I was to continue overseeing U.S. operations till about July of 1989. In August of '89, I was again promoted as a head of marketing for BCC Group, which was operating in 73 countries.
And just to put this in a context, you moved to London in '89, and the indictment of BCCI Florida for money laundering was in October of '88.
Yes, sir.
So you were still in this country for a significant period of the initial response to the indictment.
Yes, sir, that's correct. I was the senior-most BCC man in the United States.
Senior man at that time.
Yeah, well, the senior-most at that time in the United States. From August of '89 to April of 1990, I was head of global marketing, which means I was controlling the marketing operation in 73 countries, an asset base of $24 billion. In May of '89, we tried to resign from the bank, which I'm sure we'll go more into details later on. And ultimately, I left the bank in July of 1990.
Now, just as a sort of overview here before we start getting into specifics of why you left and what happened, let me just ask you some questions in sort of broad overview of this. I ask you for a yes or no answer. Did BCCI, during the time that you were involved with it, engage in money laundering?
Well, BCCI was indicted, yes, but I wasn't aware till the indictment. I had general feeling that BCCI would be a tragedy waiting to happen.
But you now know and have evidence that it did engage in that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had fears about that when the purchase was made of the banks in Colombia, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you made that known to leading officials within the bank, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And there was some discussion of the potential for that to take place, was there not?
Yes, sir.
And notwithstanding that, that purchase took place, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to payoffs, did BCCI make payoffs to public officials?
Well, I have heard a lot, and I had enough knowledge, but not the first-hand knowledge. But we had enough gossip in the bank, and there was a lot of evidence. If I could elaborate slightly on this.
Well, we're going to go into this in greater detail. There is direct evidence, is there not, of checks being made out to certain individuals?
Well, when we come to the checks, maybe it may be appropriate to discuss that time.
Senator, perhaps I can interject. Some of the information that Mr. Sakhia had at the time that these events were occurring might have been through gossip, and I think that's what he's trying to say. Some of what he had heard as gossip or rumor or even his own suspicions were later confirmed by things like the indictment of BCCI in Tampa.
I understand. We want to try to be very careful here to obviously separate gossip from fact and not to wind up smearing anybody as a consequence of some sort of offhand comment. But what I do want to do is draw the picture of your concerns and of the internal discussions in the bank and of what you observed, which later you saw come to be confirmed by specific documents and evidence. So while you may not have had firsthand evidence of it at a specific moment a number of years ago,
Right, sir.
you have come now to understand it as a matter of fact. And
Yes,
that's what I'm asking you.
That's correct.
And as a matter of fact, you know now from documents and firsthand evidence that there was money laundering, accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you know that BCCI hid the ownership, did it not, of the National Bank of Georgia?
Well, I don't know whether BCCI or its directors or its management head, because within the management of the bank, it was very commonly known as one and the same bank. So if it was hid by the front men or the lawyers, because within BCC, we never considered that as a different entity. It was one and the same entity to us.
Okay, well, we'll get into that in a little greater detail. What about, did BCCI hide evidence or falsify evidence with respect to ownership issues?
Again, with hindsight, it appears that they hid the ownership from the authorities. My impression at that time was that authorities were aware of, and this was an arrangement with the authorities. Because we used to very openly meet, very openly market, we openly operated as one institution.
And that institution was?
National Bank of Georgia, First American Bank.
Okay. We're going to go into that in some detail. When you left the bank in 1990, did the bank or did anyone take any actions against you at that time?
Well, all of us who were leaving from the senior positions, each of us was threatened in a different way. I was threatened that if I went back to the United States and sued the bank or any of the officials, I would be implicated through the firm of Clifford and Wonke into drug money laundering.
Well, who threatened you with that? Who said that to you?
This came from the office of Mr. Swale Naqvi.
Mr. Naqvi.
He didn't tell me personally, but he conveyed it to me in a typical BCC culture.
Explain this typical BCC culture. I mean, how did this get conveyed to you?
We used to have a meeting with our British lawyers in my apartment in London. Mr. Masih Rahman, who has testified here before, and 5 other general managers, we used to meet every evening with our attorneys in my apartment in London. And one day, while in an apartment building, you cannot enter unless somebody lets you in from the main entrance of the building, and then I have to open my door. But while we were in a meeting, one very senior man of our ranking from Mr. Naqvi's division came straight into my apartment. And I was surprised at how he entered the building and how he entered my apartment. And later on, he said, "You're being foolish to take on the bank and the government of Abu Dhabi and so on. You should be concerned that you were the topmost BCC man, and it is very easy to implicate you into a drug case." And I told him that in the defense of BCCI, in the drug case, all my papers and my procedures were used to defend the bank. That here is what Mr. Sakhia had done, who was the senior most BCC man in the United States, so BCC is not responsible. Now, how can you turn around the same thing and say that Mr. Sakhia was responsible when you were in the defense of the bank? You were saying that Mr. Sakhia had done everything to prevent money laundering. So I said, well, I'll take my chances. I will go back to United States because the reach of United States, I cannot hide anywhere in the world. If I'm guilty, I will have to deal with it. So I came back to United States. Surprisingly enough, I landed in New York in first week of August at about 10 p.m. And at that time, we were living in a very small temporary apartment. And at
Living where? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Pull
in
it
New
a
York
little
City.
bit closer.
In New York City, we were living, because our home was rented, so I was living in a temporary apartment where nobody knew because my wife had just moved 3 days before. But BCC knew where I was and when I was coming back. Within few hours, very early hours of the morning, I was contacted by Manhattan District Attorney. There's no way they would have known unless somebody from BCCI had tipped where I was and when I was coming. So I contacted my attorneys and I went front with the Manhattan District Attorney and said, look, I would like to I would cooperate with you in every way you can, every way I can. And I came to, we got later on the immunities, etc. But this continued on telephones for several days, both my family, my parents in Pakistan, ourselves, that if we cannot get you physically, we'll get you implicated in a lot of wrongdoings, because you've been there, the front man, all along. I said, I'll take my chances, but they keep on threatening like that.
Now, in 1982, you testified that you left Canada and came to the United States, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you came to the United States in 1982 as a regional manager, what was your understanding of BCCI's holdings in the United States?
Let me correct you, sir. I was not regional general manager. I came someone to just set up things. I was not confirmed till spring of 1984 as a regional general manager. So
Okay.
I was provisionally here. Let me just correct it for the
Fair
record.
enough, I stand corrected. When you came in 1982 to do the process of setting it up,
Yes, sir.
what did you think you were dealing with? What were the entities that you were operating as a base for BCCI?
BCCI's own offices were in San Francisco and Miami as agencies. At that time, BCCI owned National Bank of Georgia, and it was in process of completing the acquisition of what was then Financial General, which is later on.
Financial General Bankshares.
Yes, sir.
And Financial General Bankshares became subsequently First American Bankshares. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
And Financial General Bankshares' acquisition process was being handled at that time by whom?
From London, it was being handled by Mr. Naqvi and Mr. Abedi, but he used to be assisted also by Mr. Shoaib, Mr. Shahid Jamil in various aspects. When there was a side acquisition of the branches of Bankers Trust in New York, this was first being seen as an acquisition by BCCI. And from London and Miami, I had done some work on that. But later on, the Bankers Trust was acquired, or the branches of Bankers Trust were acquired by First American.
Well, now, what was you said a moment ago that BCCI, when you came in here, it was your understanding that they were in the process of buying First American, then Financial General Bankshares.
Yes, sir.
How do you know they were in the process of buying it? What makes you say BCCI was buying it?
Because in any management discussions and any discussions on our future in the United States, we would think of three entities: BCCI, National Bank of Georgia, First American, or then Financial General, in the same breath. Who would be going where, who would work in which entity, what area of business will be handled by which entity. allocation of businesses, markets, geographical territories, all took place as if this was one entity.
Describe that in greater detail, if you will. You say these discussions took place in great frequency about who was going to go where within all of these banks?
Yes, sir.
So you in BCCI would actually sit there and meet and have a discussion about who would go to National Bank of Georgia or who would go to First American.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
When did those discussions begin of that nature?
Well, I was involved in these processes from almost late 1981, as I mentioned a moment ago, that there was a acquisition of bankers' trust branches, and we had still not formulated whether they will be acquired by BCCI, whether we will incorporate a separate entity, whether they will become part of the New York Bank or First American. So all of these discussions came up from late 81 on an ongoing basis till the last I was there in BCCI in US, almost mid-88. So all the policies of US were discussed continuously.
And would these discussions take place at international meetings as well as at local meetings?
These, in BCCI, let me again distinguish, there used to be meeting and conferences. The conferences would be on an international scale, but the subject matters like acquisitions and so on will not be discussed in conferences. These would be discussed in the specific management meetings. And only those people who would be concerned would be asked to participate in those meetings.
Now, what I want to do, Mr. Sakhia, is try to flesh out a little bit what you have just told us, which is really at the center of much of the controversy that we face right now. And I'd like to therefore draw you out. I know it takes a little bit of time, but I want to draw you out in greater detail about specific steps you took and specific events that took place over the period of time from 1981-82 when you came here through the indictment and subsequent controversy that has emerged. So let me turn for a moment, if I can, to Miami and to your setting up the branch and try to develop how you did that and what happened. BCCI formally opened its branch in Miami in August of 1982. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
It had begun operations, however, a few months earlier in April.
Yes, sir.
General operations.
Right.
Now, did you have a specific set of instructions about trying to reach out to major political figures and other people in the effort to put the bank on the map right away, in a sense?
Well, BCC's strategy globally had been to be very well known, to make an impact in the marketplace, to have contacts or relationships, what we used to call relationships, with all the people who matter, whether in the business circle, whether in the academics, in the political circle, in the administration, high net worth individual, universities, you name it. We would develop relationship with everyone of consequence.
How would you develop the relationship? What was it that you had that was of interest to all these people in these important positions?
Well, we were, sir, international bank with a worldwide network. And since we were not carrying any specific flag, we were not a British or a German or a Swiss bank, but we were an purely international bank. So if we were in Florida, we were a Florida's bank. If we were in Jamaica, we were a Jamaica's bank. And if we were in Barbados, we were Barbados bank. And we would represent the interest of that country globally. So everyone was enamored by this bank and wanted to use the relationships of this bank globally. So we could sell Florida to rest of the world And what happened was several Florida delegations went around the world. We were the only bank who could give them introductions to various markets without being an American bank or without being a Florida's bank.
Well, why couldn't another international bank do the same thing?
Well, if they went to a German or a Swiss or a British bank, for their home countries they could provide. But if Florida delegations went to the Caribbean or to Far East or to subcontinent or Middle East, they would not have that much inroad as we had made. Also, the early 80s were a major turning point in the world financial scenario, whereby the Latin debts, the third world debts, etc., the rise of capital in the Middle East, the rich connections in the Middle East was all in vogue. And we were the bank representing Middle East in that sense. So we made it that as a big selling point.
Was it also the fact that you lacked one regulatory center, that the bank could offer people easy movement of money?
Well, the lack of regulatory structure was sort of a handicap more than marketing tool, because when we wanted to deal with many official bodies, large corporations, various agencies, they would always ask us, who is the lender of your last resort? And we would say the richest man in the world, because we were owned partially by ruler of Abu Dhabi. And also our financial statement, which I knew only after about 8 years that they were bogus, our financial statement used to be one of the best among the World Bank ranking in terms of ratios, in terms of liquidity.
And you're saying now that 8 years later you learned that those financial statements were false?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those financial statements are the statements you referred to that were provided over the course of years, partly by Price Waterhouse, partly by another firm, and then ultimately exclusively by Price Waterhouse. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did the transition take place that Price Waterhouse became the exclusive certifier as to the accounts of the bank?
I think from the accounting year of 1986 or 87, I'm not sure, but I think it was 1986 when Ernst & Young retired or resigned from the bank.
What kind of services did the Miami Bank provide for different people?
We were essentially on the institutional and corporate side, we were very big in check clearing, wire transfers, money market, foreign exchange. We had the largest foreign exchange dealing room of any bank in Florida.
But you weren't allowed to take deposits, correct?
We were allowed to take deposits from non-residents. We were not allowed to take the deposit of the individual U.S. residents.
Now, what were the most important relationships that you developed for the Miami office with Latin America and the Caribbean?
In Caribbean, every major country, I knew the heads of state, I knew the finance ministers, I knew the governors of the central bank, I knew heads of all the major banks in the area, the heads of foreign banks. I knew the people in various official agencies like Caribbean Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, in Organization of American States, in Fondo Inversiones Venezuela, everyone of consequence in this region.
You knew them?
I knew them.
And you dealt with them?
Yes, sir.
For example, what kind of services did BCCI Miami provide for the government of Jamaica?
Between 1982 and by middle of 1985, BCCI became the sole banker to all the Jamaican government agencies for its non-Jamaican currency. We were bankers to the central bank, we were bankers to all official.
How did you secure that kind of position?
Sir, I mentioned a moment ago that in the early 80s, all the money center banks were in a flux on Latin debt or on the third world debt. And we picked out the import-export transactions and the current account transactions, and we helped them finance those transactions in return for them maintaining all the national reserves for us. So about a third of Jamaica's international receipts and payments, at least a third of receipts and payments, went through BCCI.
And did you meet personally with Jamaican officials in an effort to try to provide this service?
Yes, sir. I've met everyone of consequence from Prime Minister down to the middle-level officials in the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank.
Did any Jamaican official ever make special requests of you?
For the government of Jamaica, the facilities for the government of Jamaica for their oil imports, for the agriculture imports, etc., yeah, they would even call me home.
And how did BCCI come to handle the accounts of Manuel Noriega?
Again, sir, I'm speaking with hindsight. I did not have first-hand knowledge. BCCI opened its office in Panama, I think 1979 or 1980. And the relationship, what I know now, had begun with the predecessor of Mr. Noriega. I think it was General Trejos or something like that. And then the relationship had begun. Then the relationship had begun with General Noriega, with office in Panama and office in London, not in the United States.
Which central banks did you develop a relationship with?
I think we had about 14 central bank accounts of Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, Trinidad, Suriname, Aruba, Curaçao, Belize, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Central Bank of Morocco, also the quasi-central bank of Panama called the National Bank of Panama. It was not a central bank, but it's a quasi-central bank. And also we developed relations with the Central American central banks like Guatemala, Honduras, Costa Rica, El Salvador. But those relationships were parked or were given to National Bank of Georgia. Although we developed those relationships as BCCI, but the businesses were handled by National Bank of Georgia. And we had sort of jointly developed that product, that they will deal with this territory, we will deal with this territory.
And that was coordinated between you?
Yes, sir.
When did that coordination begin?
This was ongoing all the way from 1982, that we had earmarked the territory that all the business from Caribbean and South America will go to BCC Miami office, all the business from Central America will go to National Bank of Georgia, all the business from Far East would go to California, all the business from Europe and Middle East will go to First American. So this was part of the pilot.
So there was a complete coordination that grew out of your early efforts in Miami, where you were striking up these relationships with Prime Minister Sakhia, for instance. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
With Trinidad, Tobago, Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, Peru, correct?
I continued to develop relationship with the South American countries or the Hispanic countries till about middle of 1983. You mentioned a moment ago that I had dissented on the Colombian transaction. So at that time, the Miami region was split into two regions. One was Caribbean, which stretched from Texas in the south to Trinidad, and the other was South American region. And I was taken out of the South American region. So for about first 15 months of my presence here, I dealt with Brazil, Peru.
Now, the point I'm getting at is, though, that notwithstanding the fact that subsequently you pulled back from your involvement in some of those countries, initially you had a relationship with each and every one of those personally, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you personally helped coordinate the movement of funds between what was considered to be, as you have described it, the BCCI family. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And that family, it is your understanding, contained not only the BCCI branches and agencies, but contained First American and National Bank of Georgia.
That's correct.
And this is in 1981 and 82.
From 82 onwards. The First American acquisition was completed, if I remember, late 82, early 83.
Now, can it be argued that the First American or National Bank of Georgia relationship was simply an adjunct bank relationship, that this is a normal thing? You had a foreign bank in the United States, and here you had American-based banks, and they were simply creating a kind of coordinating bank effort in order to be helpful.
No, sir. We had a similar relationship with the major American banks, but which was of a different nature. We had
Now, what was different about it?
We had relationship with Bank of America, Security Pacific, American Express, Bank of New York, and many, many other banks.
And the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank.
Yeah, but if I could stay on the commercial banks for a moment.
All right.
Those relationships were a customer-banker relationship. They would market to us for business. We will discuss with them the terms, etc. Here, we were not marketing for Bank of America or Security Pacific. If we had a business to give it to them, we would go to them and say, look, you want this business? Or they would come to us and say, can you give us some business? But here, we are marketing to the third parties, to the central banks of Central America. I'm inviting them, I'm meeting them, and say, all right, you deal with our group, but you maintain an account with National Bank of Georgia. I would go to a Brazilian embassy in Washington, market to them BCC Group, and then say open an account in First American in Washington. I was not doing that for Security Pacific or American Express or Bank of America or any other bank. So it was a complete management, marketing, the group. And many a times, the officers of National Bank of Georgia or First American would use BCC financial statement to market their services. That we are one and the same group, because National Bank of Georgia was a smaller bank. First American at that time was a smaller bank. So they would say, but look at this group as a whole, don't look at us only. And then we are now international. We are present in US and we are present in your country or in your region, and we will provide an impromptu service.
What you're saying is that there was a marketing strategy that involved all of these entities, and
Yes,
the marketing strategy was highly intertwined.
Right, sir.
What does that mean with respect to the question that the Fed might ask, or we might ask, about actual control? I mean, it is possible, is it not, to have a relationship that might be highly intertwined, but which doesn't necessarily rise to the level of control or ownership?
But sir, I'm, again, my lawyer is there, I'm a country boy in that respect, and my education is in the marketplace, not in the law college. But our staff is common.
Now, say, I want you to bring the microphone a little closer, because I'm having trouble clarifying your words.
Our staff is common.
The staff of what was common?
Of BCCI, First American, NBG. The decision of hiring, decision for acquisition of space. For example, I know that the New York office of First American was identified by BCC officers and approved by Mr. Abedi. He made the decision to to rent that space. The staff went from one location to the other. I'm aware of the hiring of the chief executive for First American New York was done by Mr. Abedi. So marketing as a group together, staff moving from back and forth between the institutions, meeting of the staffs together, hiring of people, hiring of staff, all of this took place as if in the same way as it was happening between BCC California and BCC Florida. although there were two separate regions and two separate general managers, but we would coordinate the California, New York, Miami, Atlanta, Washington in one entity. As I would market for BCC Canada, I would market for for First American New York and National Bank of Georgia, Atlanta. In the same way.
Excuse me, Senator, may I have one moment with my client?
Questions, do so, and then I'll come back.
Okay.
I will. I'm going to do that.
So as far as we were concerned inside the BCC group, that this was one entity. Now, what lawyers represented to whom, I'm not privy to that. How the paperwork was done, what presentations were made to regulators or law enforcement, wherever, that I'm not privy to. I was, in a way, junior from that level.
But you're saying that in operational meetings, in
Yes,
those
sir.
meetings where you sat and made determinations about bank policy, about acquisitions, about rental of space and so forth, you are telling this committee that there was a complete integration, in your view, of the operations of these banks?
Yes,
First
sir.
American, National Bank of Georgia, and BCC.
Yes, sir.
Were any individuals from those banks present at those meetings?
Well, Mr. Afridi and Mr. Ali from First American and Mr. Jamil from National Bank of Georgia,
Tariq Jamil.
Tariq Jamil, used to be present depending on what we are discussing. To give you, sir, one example, every year during the World Bank IMF meeting, I used to invite the officials from the Caribbean governments and central banks to a luncheon, host a luncheon for them to thank us for the business. And people from National Bank of Georgia would be there also. Also from First American would be there. Likewise, I used to sponsor a meeting with the central banks of the Central American countries, and all the arrangement, etc., would be done by us, and it will be hosted by the National Bank of Georgia, and I would be present there to set this up. One such meeting took place in Savannah, Georgia, which was addressed by Mr. Abidi. Now, if Mr. Abidi was not involved in the management, why would he meet the clients of National Bank of Georgia and sell him this group? And this took place in Savannah, Georgia, I think in 1983, just to give you one example of this, that Mr. Abidi is inviting the clients of National Bank of Georgia for a meeting, spend a day with him in Georgia, and then in the evening we had a dinner at Red Ferron's home outside Savannah. But this is one example of an integrated approach to outside world in relationship and in marketing and for business of one group altogether. Now, what the lawyers did and how it was presented to the regulators is not my privy.
You have, at one point, described to my staff the notion that Mr. Ferrone was merely a front. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
That he was simply a nominee, but not the real owner. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And it's your understanding that there was a series of loans made which, in effect, made BCCI the owner ab initio from the beginning. Is that correct?
Well, this fact I know after I left BCC, that there were loans, and I've seen the documents subsequently.
You were not aware of those when you were there?
I was not aware at that time.
To the best of your knowledge, I'm going to ask one last question at this round here and then turn to my colleagues and then come back because there's a considerable amount of territory to cover. But you mentioned the payoff issue, and I want to get back to that. It's my understanding that you have said that Non-United States officials who received payoffs from BCCI included the family of Indira Gandhi, the President Ashad of Bangladesh, General Zia of Pakistan, most of the leaders in Africa, in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Nigeria. Is that accurate?
Well, the payoff either in form of cash or hiring of their relatives, contribution to their favorite charities, payment for their medical bills. It took various shapes. So in some cases, cash may have been given. In some cases, their relatives were hired. In other cases, their charities were funded. Their projects were financed at favorable rates, loans at favorable rates. So it took different shapes and forms. But in the end, yes, to buy influence.
That was the purpose of it.
That was the purpose of it.
And you understood that to be the purpose of it.
Yes, sir.
And you personally, I believe, have knowledge of a payoff in Zimbabwe. Is that accurate?
Well, I was told, I drove one of my colleagues in London to a hotel, and he went with a briefcase, and he came back without a briefcase. And I asked him, what happened to your briefcase? And he smiled at me, and he said, this was for those people. I said, what, did you carry gold bars? He said, no, some cash. So this was prior to independence of Zimbabwe, when they were negotiating for independence. There were some officials from, some politicians from Zimbabwe were staying at a hotel in London.
What about a payoff to the Nigerian Central Bank?
During a meeting of the World Bank in Seoul, Korea, I think it was in 1985, I saw one of the BCC officers with a lot of cash handing out to the staff of the Central Bank of Nigeria. This is what I saw personally being given to them.
But, well, let's try to sum this up, Mr. Sakhia. I mean, you were with the bank for 13 years. You knew the way it was operating. You had firsthand knowledge of these. I mean, was this a regular course of doing business as you understood it? Was it common knowledge that you guys could grease the skids wherever you wanted to?
So you have to understand this, that when you, in an operation, when you're dealing with large territory, I mean, in my territory, we used to have 5,000 transactions a day. You're working 80, 90 hours a week. These little isolated instances flash by and you don't take notice of it. It's a very little piece in a very big jigsaw. Now, for years, we are putting together and it emerging as a pattern. But in a 90-hour week, traveling 150 to 180 days a year, overseeing such a large territory, participating in so many meetings, you are not aware of these little things that are happening. But when you sit back now for 14 months and see a lot of documents and the things emerge, yes, it is emerging as a pattern of corruption, buying influence, buying relationships. It is appearing to me now, but at that time, an individual instance, you pass by and you ignore it.
Excuse me, Senator.
But to answer very briefly, yes, there was a pattern to buy relationship and buy influence. The short answer is yes.
Now, just very quickly on the Noriega account, Noriega's account was run out of the Miami branch, was it not?
No, sir. Noriega accounts were maintained either in Panama or in London, and possibly in Luxembourg and Switzerland. But the main administration was done out of London.
But there was a pass-through. Mr. Awan, Amjad Awan, was dealing with him, was he not?
Yes, Mr. Awan was the relationship officer, what is now in the media known as personal banker. He was the relationship officer, and he continued even after he moved out of Panama to Washington, and then from Washington to Miami.
Did you know that he had this personal relationship with General Noriega?
I knew the relationship and the contact, yes, and Mr. Awan would brag about it, but...
And there were records of Noriega's accounts in the United States, were there not?
I believe there were some files in Miami because the regional office, the Panama office was controlled by Miami at one time, and then subsequent to the Senate subpoenas, some of the files were sent from Miami to London.
I'm going to, hold on, I've got some other clarifying questions. Let me turn to Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sakhia, you've testified that there was a pattern of influence and corruption. Given examples outside of the United States, was there this pattern inside the United States? Were similar activities pursued inside the United States and Canada?
Well, in Canada, in my period, we were very small, and we were in the beginning stage, and there was no such incident. In the United States, I'm not aware of any corruption directly. And again, as Mr. Chairman had said, that we shouldn't go into the gossip. There's a lot of gossip, but mainly, to answer your question, no, we did not pay to any official or any politician or any regulator. No such payment or influence was bought.
Were there loans at preferable rates granted to people with political influence?
I'm aware of one loan that was given to Mr. Young, Andrew Young of Atlanta.
We are currently experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Probably in 1985, which in 1980, after the indictment of BCCI, was restructured as an advance fees for the services as a consultant. But the loan was actually made, I think, in 1985 or 86. That is the one loan I'm aware of.
What about loans such as the ones to Mr. Clifford, Mr. Altman? Are you aware of the arrangements involving those loans?
Well, I have now become aware of, but I wasn't aware of at that time.
What about donations to charity?
I'm aware of donation to two of Mr. Carter's projects. One was his library in Atlanta, or in Georgia, wherever it is, and to the Global 2000 by Mr. Abedi. These were two contributions I was aware of in terms of charitable contribution. Otherwise, we, from operating offices, we contributed to the Cancer Society and Heart Foundation and others, which was a pure charity, which is...
Do you know the size of those contributions that you'd mentioned to the Presidential Library and the other?
Presidential Library, $500,000, 500,000 US dollars were donated to the library.
Now, this would have been after President Carter was out of office.
Yes, sir.
Was there any suggestion that this somehow resulted in political influence since he was out of office?
Well, again, you have to understand the culture of the bank and the global picture of the bank. Mr. Carter travels with Mr. Abedi to so many parts of the world. He goes to Pakistan, he goes to Kenya, he goes to Zimbabwe, he goes to many other places, with Mr. Abedi on Mr. Abedi's plane. What the Kenyans and Pakistanis see is very different, that he is the former most important man in the world. He's friend of Mr. Abedi. He visits BCC offices in those countries. The media in those countries seeing that. So although it does not give him any foothold in this country per se, but around the world it's a different picture.
What about loans to political campaigns or people in public office? Was there ever a discussion of making loans to those entities or currying favor?
Again, no loans were made from BCC books. I later on became aware of loans to from Washington, from First American Washington, to some campaigns, and one that comes to my mind was Mr. Hart's loan by First American.
Were there other loans that you know of?
Again, I wouldn't go into the gossip, because the facts, I do not know the facts.
You mentioned a joint marketing effort. How did you coordinate this joint marketing effort?
Well,
you've talked about meetings that occurred occasionally. Were there other means of communicating?
Well, we used to be, again, in regular touch with each other on
Now,
the phone.
when you say regular touch, phone?
On phone,
telex?
in correspondence, in telexes, and Senator's office has a lot of documents in that regard. They used to be from, I think, mid-19, or sometimes in 1984 to end of 1985, there was a U.S. coordinating committee in which all the heads from different locations were members. I was the coordinator of that committee. And we would
excuse me, if you would, the U.S. coordinating committee?
What was called by BCCI as a U.S. coordinating committee. I was the coordinator of that. And in every meeting, we will ask somebody to chair the meeting.
Who all sat in on that meeting?
From BCCI, Mr. Sobol from California, Mr. Shafiqur Rahman from New York, from Canada, Mr. Aladad, Mr. S.M. Shafi from Latin America region, and myself from Caribbean region. We're the 5 principal BCC people. Tariq Jamil from National Bank of Georgia, Mr. Afridi, and Mr. Ali from First American Bank, New York. And we used to meet almost once a month and discuss the marketing strategy, the coordination strategy, etc., regarding marketing and profit and growth. Also, I used to have direct relationship with the First American in Washington and New York, because for a moment, BCC's most successful operation in Western Hemisphere was Miami. They had not done so well in Canada, we had not done so well in California, we had done disastrously in New York. Latin America was still upcoming operation. So everyone was to look to me that you give us a lead, you have the contact, you have the success story. And we were very well known in Florida, so even we did not go to market, people came to us, and our customers brought in other customers. And some of the business we could not handle because we were agencies, so everyone will ask me to give them a business. Even Mr. Altman used to tell me and to Mr. Abedi why we are not getting enough business.
You said Mr. Altman. Now, I understood Mr. Altman and Mr. Clifford were unaware that that BCCI owned the bank. But are you telling us Mr. Altman talked to you?
About marketing, yes.
About marketing?
But for me, it is very hard to believe, very, very hard to believe, almost impossible to believe, I may be naive, that Clifford and Altman did not know.
Now, why do you say that?
Well, besides marketing, we in late 1985 decided, BCC, Mr. Abedi decided, 2 very major decisions. One was to incorporate or buy a bank in Florida for BCC directly. And 2, to merge the National Bank of Georgia with First American. Now, again, in various hearings and various testimonies, I've heard about the purchase. But to my simple mind, this was not a purchase. It was a merger. And to give you a layman's example, my father has asked me to buy one company. He has asked my brother to buy another company. Now my father tells me that, son, you buy over your brother's company, or you merge this brother's company. And I tell him that, Dad, we can't merge it. We have to, because of the legal situation, we have to buy each other. And I don't have the money. So he says, I'm going to give you the money. He says, fine, give me the money. He said, well, I won't give it to you. I will keep it with me in your account. So, fine. Now, I assume that there's a money for me. I give him instruction to pay to my brother. My brother pays him back. So money has never left my dad's hands. It is still in his pocket. All that has happened is some paperwork has taken place, but in the end we end up merging. Now you call it buying, you call it integration, you call it merger. It's one and the same thing.
Well, in accomplishing this merger, were Clifford and Warnke your attorneys involved? Did they?
I believe so. The legal work was, again, coordinated with London, but I believe it was done by, I could be wrong, but I believe it was done by Clifford and Warnke.
Well, as I understand it, you mentioned earlier that you had been advised if you spoke.
Let me just insert for the record that the legal work on that particular transaction was done by White and Case in New York.
It could be.
They were brought in for the transaction specifically.
Thank you. As I understand it, you were advised by attorneys that if you spoke out, that you might face charges of some sort. Is that correct?
Well, the threats have been that there's been so many wrongdoings by BCCI that they would make sure that I get implicated in some wrongdoings.
And did they indicate the nature of the wrongdoings?
But nobody has indicated, but I think the Senator, Mr. Chairman's office is aware of one possible leak to the press, which we had agreed we would not discuss. But there's a possibility, always exists, that in some form, some document will come up.
Who was it who communicated this threat to you or this potential to you?
Well, again, it comes through so many hands. It doesn't come directly. Nobody, Mr. Naqvi would not dare pick up a phone and tell me or his assistant. But they will communicate to one, to another. Sometimes some friend of my wife will tell me, sometimes some relative of ours in Pakistan will tell somebody. Sometimes somebody will tell my brother in Spain. So it takes different forms. It doesn't come directly.
Do you have any feel for where these came from?
Well, they all originate from either Mr. Zafar Iqbal's office or Mr. Swaleh Naqvi's office.
Were there any attorneys involved in this process?
Let me ask my counsel. Sir, I'm aware of one report prepared by attorneys with the sources inside the bank. The information was given from inside BCCI, which is a very suspicious, which is a very dubious report, which tries to implicate me into wrongdoing. And it was done by attorneys, bank attorneys, and the information was provided by the bank to them. Which tries to implicate me in one wrongdoing. I'm aware of one. Some ex-BCC staff have been questioned about other matters and have been asked to say if they knew of my wrongdoings and what they can tell them. And those staff have come back and told me that, look, they are being asked all sorts of questions by bank attorneys even after they've left the bank. So there has been a second attempt beside the first attempt.
Can you tell us who those attorneys were?
I'm advised not to name these attorneys.
Senator, perhaps I can clarify what Mr. Sakhia is saying. The example we're referring to is an example of, and this is just one example, of a report that was prepared. We're not stating that these particular attorneys themselves engaged in any wrongful conduct. What we're saying is these attorneys gathered information into this voluminous report without documenting their sources. Their sources appear to be, or well, are clearly people within inside the bank. And to the extent that the attorneys have gathered this document, prepared it, and submitted it, as well as we believe that somebody along the chain leaked it to the press, that's what the concern is. To the extent that the attorneys actually gathered the information and typed the document, we're not suggesting the attorneys did anything other than collect information, but there are certainly people within the bank whose motives were suspect and are trying to shift the blame downward. I believe Mr. Sakhia uses an earlier example, a situation where at one point BCCI, in defending itself against the money laundering charges, used examples of policies he tried to implement to exercise greater control in the Miami region to defend against the money laundering case. And then at a later point in time, other attorneys said to him, well, look, if you testify against the bank, we're going to implement you, we're going to involve you in that case. So his response was simply, well, how can you use the same documents to defend yourself against money laundering charges and yet say I'm involved in money laundering? So those threats have been communicating directly to him.
Not to, just so I understand, you indicated that attorneys communicated to him that he may be charged in that with regard to that.
Well, Senator, there are several examples. One example is the report I'm talking about, which suggests that Mr. Sakhia exercised some control over some transactions that took place in Miami. The attorneys who gathered this information are reporting it from sources within the bank. So we know that this report exists. We've seen a copy of this report. It's filled with inaccuracies, but I'm not suggesting that the attorneys themselves were involved in that. There was another example where I personally was present, where attorneys were suggesting that if Mr. Sakhia takes any action with respect to the efforts of the New York State Banking Commission to foreclose on his house, that things that he might be concerned about things that they would bring out publicly. And our response simply was, you know, we'll take whatever legal action we have to, and we're not afraid to face any public allegations against Mr. Sakhia, and that's why we're here today.
Can you tell us who those attorneys were that conveyed that message?
In the meeting, I prefer not to.
Okay.
At this point.
One last thing, with regard to First American. Did you ever have direct contact with the chairman of the board or the president of the bank in a way that would indicate, in a context that would indicate they knew of BCCI's ownership interest?
You mean the chairman of First American?
Mm-hmm.
I had very little contact with the chairman, or Mr. Clifford, but I had contact with Mr. Altman, fairly frequent contact with Mr. Altman. Now, we did not discuss the ownership issue, but one incident, again, that comes to my mind, there was a meeting between Mr. Naqvi, Mr. Shahid Jamil, not Tariq Jamil, but Shahid Jamil, myself, and Mr. Altman over a dinner in Luxembourg, where we were trying to acquire one bank in Florida. And this had gone on for about 5 or 6 months. Initially, we were going to acquire the bank for BCCI directly, but in 1985, BCCI had made a big loss in option trading, and Mr. Naqvi was advised, again I don't know by whom, but I presume by Clifford and Wonke, that it will not be appropriate to approach the regulators in the United States with the financial statement of BCCI on December 85. So we decided that the bank would be bought for a BCCI client, as if it were or a nominee. And between February of 1986 and May of 1986, the three nominees were changed. First, we said Dr. Ferron will be buying, and then we said, I was communicated that no, Kamal Adam would be buying. And in this meeting in Luxembourg in May of 86, Mr. Naqvi told Mr. Altman and myself that the bank would be bought by Sheikh Fulaj, and he would send his net worth statement and power of attorney to Mr. Altman. Now, Mr. Naqvi also said that he would give a file of the model agreement between Dr. Ferron and BCCI in case of Independence Bank. Now, my memory is a bit confused at this stage whether when Mr. Altman went to London following Luxembourg and collected the file, or Mr. Naqvi gave me the file, but one of us collected the file of that model agreement with vis-a-vis Independence Bank and BCCI, and both of us had seen that file, how the acquisition of Independence Bank was done. What were the loan agreements, what were the powers of attorneys, what were the management agreements, the whole works. And we were going to do the same thing in Florida vis-a-vis acquisition of that bank we were looking at in Florida. So from that model, I was fully aware that we were using a nominee, front man, client, whatever we may call it. And this is what we had done in California. So, and this part, I know had been communicated to Mr. Altman. So as regard these two banks, Mr. Altman was aware.
Yield for a minute? You said something very important. You said Mr. Abadi made the decision about who would buy the bank. Is that what you said?
By Florida Bank, you mean?
Correct.
Yes, well, Mr. Naqvi conveyed it to us. Mr. Naqvi was the chief operating.
Mr. Naqvi communicated it to you.
Yes, sir.
But they were essentially telling you who was going to buy the bank,
yes,
not
sir.
some independent person coming to you and saying, we want to buy the bank.
No, I've never met Sheikh Fulaj in my life. I was buying a bank for him, but I never met him. Till today, I've never met him.
Well, is it possible that he was acting in the advisory capacity that's been described to previous committees, that this was merely, and they were an agent on behalf of separate advisors, and they were acting on behalf of separate investors?
So in case of this Florida bank that we were buying.
And people buy things sometimes without people meeting them, correct?
Well, Senator, in respect of this Florida bank, BCC wanted to buy the bank. And the reason BCC was not buying the bank was because BCC's financial statement was not good enough to go to the regulators.
Okay.
So we said, well, for a year or two, this bank would be owned by somebody else. And then we are in a position to have an improved balance sheet. We would go and merge it for ourselves.
So this was a specific strategy by which that bank would be bought,
yes, sir.
Secretly through a nominee holder.
Right, sir.
With the intention that the bank, because the nominee holder was somebody that they controlled or
yes,
financed completely,
yes, sir.
They knew ultimately they would be able to take over that entity.
Right, sir.
Is that the same thing that happened to National Bank of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same thing that happened to First American?
I believe so. This is my own view.
That's your view?
Yes, sir.
Is there evidence that supports that view?
Again, we discussed earlier that within BCC Group, this was one and the same bank.
Well, let me just ask a few questions about that. Do you have? Well, I'll come back to it. I want to come back to that because obviously.
Following up on that, something very basic now. Would it be unusual for Mr. Altman to be talking to you if he didn't know that the bank was owned by BCCI? How did you come about talking to Mr. Altman?
I don't understand your question, sorry.
How did you come about talking to Mr. Altman if he wasn't aware that his bank was owned ultimately by BCCI?
Well, Mr. Altman had many roles. He was the general counsel to BCC. He was representing BCC interest in First American. And he was also an advisor, more than legal advisor, an advisor and a consultant to Mr. Abedi and Mr. Naqvi. So even if we were looking to buy a bank in Florida, Mr. Abedi would call Mr. Altman for his views. And then Mr. Abedi or Mr. Naqvi, and in the earlier days, Mr. Shoaib, would convey back to me what their conversation with Mr. Altman has been. In terms of the acquisition of a bank in Florida, between November of '85 and about middle of '86, we worked together on an ongoing basis. Mr. Altman came to Florida several times. I came to New York several times. So we had a relationship with Mr. Altman going back all the way to almost 1982, 83 probably, in terms of marketing for First American, in terms of BCC strategy in America, which state we should be based our home state in. I remember discussing with Mr. Altman which would be the most convenient place for BCC, and we had shortlisted 4 states: California, New York, Texas, and Florida. I was, of course, being based in Florida, I was very much rooting for Florida. And I remember telling Mr. Altman that, Mr. Altman, New York is yesterday of America. California and Texas are today of America, but Florida is tomorrow of America. So we must base BCC in Florida. We have been very successful. We have been the most recognized bank in Florida. But they also wanted, the First American also wanted to expand into Florida. So at no time they had ever envisaged buying a bank or expanding into Georgia. At no time in my discussion that they had considered Georgia as one place for expansion of First America.
When Mr. Altman talked to you about marketing, what did he say?
But we had had several meetings in Washington to coordinate some of the products. For example, we were not in business of making home mortgages in Florida. We were foreign bank agencies. But First American in Washington used to do home mortgages, and they had the ability to sell these mortgages upstream. So we worked out as a joint product that we will sell home mortgages to our clients in Florida, sell it back to First American, who would then do the onward marketing of those, or onward placement of those. So we discussed also marketing for embassy accounts, because BCCI had a contact with the foreign governments. And the decision to open an account does not rest with the embassy in the host country. The decision is made by the Foreign Office or Ministry of Finance in the home countries. So BCC would make a contact in the home countries, like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, whatever, and market the services of First American Washington to open the account with First American, those embassies to open account with First American Washington. So we had a strategy for that as well.
I see. What I'm trying to get at here is get a feel for if, in your judgment, Mr. Altman was so involved in giving advice on marketing and investment and so forth, your judgment as to whether or not he knew of the ownership.
Well, it's from all...
Is it possible that he didn't? I mean, could he have possibly not?
It's very, very hard to believe. It's very hard to... For me, it's impossible to believe that he did not know.
Now, I understand that the check to General Zia for 40 million Pakistani rupees. Do you think that was a payoff, or was that for some legitimate purpose?
So this check is only a partial document, and from what I see in this exhibit, it does not seem to be a payoff because it has been deposited in the Central Bank of Pakistan.
So it was a payment for something legitimate.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand the culture, the corporate culture, or the international corporate culture of this type of banking. Now, I understand that BCCI officials even provided non-cash services to some foreign officials in the nature of prostitutes in some instances. For whom did BCCI provide prostitutes?
Well, again, this is a common gossip. The facts are not known because nobody would show an exhibit of that. But it's common gossip that a lot of Middle Eastern people were introduced to call girls, etc.
Now, in 1984, did you learn of reports that BCCI was involved in drug money laundering? And I believe you testified that you did through Senator Paula Hawkins. But can you describe how you learned of BCCI's involvement and what you did about it?
So sometimes in early 84, I got a call from Mr. Abidi on Saturday morning, very early Saturday morning at my apartment in Miami. And Mr. Abidi asked me if I knew Senator Paula Hawkins. And I said I had met her at some fundraising or some social event. And Mr. Abidi asked me if I knew Senator Paula Hawkins. And I said I had met her at some fundraising or some social event, and I was introduced to her. I don't know her intimately. He said, can you take an appointment and go and see her? I said, what about? He said, first you take an appointment and I will tell you later on. So I made phone call. Senator was out of the country. She was coming back a few days later. But I insisted that I cannot seek an appointment with the senator, U.S. senator. It's not like going to a third world country to meet even head of state. You can meet at short notice, but the U.S. senator takes a long time. And I have to state a purpose. That's why I'm overwhelmed in your presence. So Mr. Abidi told me on the telephone.
You're the only one in the country who is, you know.
Sorry?
It's all right.
He told me that Senator Paula Hawkins, along with some other senators or officials, had visited Pakistan and met General Zia. And she had told to General Zia that besides the smuggling of drugs from Pakistan, etc., there was also money laundering being done by a Pakistani bank out of Grand Cayman. General Zia had investigated through the central bank and the ministry that there was no Pakistani bank in Grand Cayman. So they communicated back, the government communicated back with Senator Paula Hawkins and said, your information is incorrect. We don't even have a bank in Grand Cayman. So Senator Paula Hawkins' office communicated, I don't know through what channels, that the bank they were talking about is BCCI in Grand Cayman. So then General Zia blew his top and said, look, you are spoiling our relationship with the US. We have a very close relationship with the United States, etc. And our aid is in jeopardy. Why are you doing this? So that's why Mr. Abidi wanted me to meet the senator and talk with her. I came to probably this very building, met Senator Paula Hawkins very briefly, and I said, Senator, we are not involved, to my knowledge, but we have thousands of employees. It's a big business. Maybe somebody has been corrupted. If you give us the information, we will fully cooperate with you. We'll get rid of the staff. We have hundreds of thousands of clients, and if we were aware of any clients, we will stop doing business with them. But if news like this, first of all, it is damaging us in Pakistan, and secondly, if it leaks to the press, it will be very detrimental. So you cannot make a unilateral arrangement like this. We are here ready, willing, and able to fully cooperate with you. Senator looked at her watch and said, look, I have a meeting with President Reagan, so I have to leave, but you stay in Washington, give your hotel reference, and we'll meet later. I think I stayed another day or two, and then we had a meeting again in this very building in which 4 people were present. Senator was not present herself, but 4 people were present, which, if I recall, there was a gentleman from her office, somebody from State Department, somebody from Justice Department, and Drug Administration.
And what did the person from the Justice Department, or did they say? Well,
I do not know who was who, because I was told, I don't even remember the names of anyone. But I was told that, to their knowledge, BCC was not under investigation. I said, then you have, without telling us what we have done wrong, you have already convicted us in the eyes of General Sear. So they said, we will take care of it. Subsequently, I learned, I don't remember from US sources or Pakistan sources, that the State Department had communicated with Pakistan government that BCCI was not subject of investigation.
the State Department told Zia that BCCI was not under investigation.
Yeah, this was, I was informed later on. I don't remember through Mr. Abidi's source or from the Senator office, but somehow I came to know that a communication had been sent, an official communication from US government.
Now, this was all in 1984, is that right?
Yes, sir, mid-1984. But I became then very alert and very conscious, and with the drug administration officials in Florida, with the Florida State Banking, we became very close in terms of fighting the drug money. I was member of the committee of the Florida International Bankers Association, and all the foreign bankers in Miami, we said we'll make an attempt. We had various seminars by the Federal Reserve people conducted in our office and in many other foreign bank offices and so on. So I was very active in anti-drug campaign.
So then the Justice Department, the DEA, did follow up with you?
Not Justice Department, but the local people in Miami.
As a result of the meetings with Senator Hawkins?
Well, more also as a result of the Florida International Bankers Association becoming very active in fighting money laundering. So we had a constant communication as a group of international banks in Florida.
Now, in 1983, I understand that BCCI had purchased a bank in Colombia and
Yes,
began
sir.
to aggressively market itself. And what was your reaction to that acquisition?
Well, in December, around Christmas of 1982, we had a meeting in Panama. And Mr. Akbar Bilgrami, who was indicted and convicted, and Mr. Amjad Awan, brought in a proposal of this bank in Colombia. We wanted to expand in Colombia in terms of a branch in Bogota, which would do international business. But according to them, the only way we could get an entry into Colombia would be to buy this bank. And I had vehemently opposed the acquisition. One, because the bank was doing very poorly. It had branches, about 26 branches in, or more than 20 branches all across Colombia. It had a big staff, big client base. I said, what are we going to do with all of this? We do not know what type of people they are, what type of clients they are, what are they doing in Cartagena, Cali, Medellin. How are we going to control this? Now, I had been to Colombia twice before this meeting to our office. We used to have a representative office in Bogota. And every time they would take me from the airport, escorted by an armed guard to my hotel. And hotel and BCC office were more or less across the street. And still an armed guard will take you from the hotel to the office. I said, how are we going to manage offices in remote parts of Colombia when you cannot walk in Bogota unescorted? So we are not going to, we don't know what type of clients they are, what type of business they have, what type of money they have. We shouldn't go into this acquisition. Later on, I learned that we would now divide the operation into Caribbean, US on one side and Latin America on the other side. So Colombia, Panama, Peru were taken out of my jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll have some more questions
Thank you,
later.
Chairman. Let me just follow up on a couple of things on the drug. In 1984, when you learned of reports that BCCI was involved in money laundering from Senator Hawkins, did you ever find out from her where she learned that?
I did try, but they just had a...
Nobody told you?
Nobody. They had absolute blank curtain. As I told you, Senator seized the meeting immediately, and subsequently I didn't meet her. I met her staff.
The record should show that there is evidence in memoranda that the CIA at that time had written a significant summary of BCCI's money laundering activities, and I believe it sent it to the FBI, as well as to other departments and agencies of the government. And notwithstanding that, you say that BCCI was told that it was not a target of investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now that raises a series of interesting questions about CIA involvement and at that period of time. Did the head of BCCI, Mr. Abadi, ever suggest to you that he was under surveillance by the government of the United States?
He did tell me personally.
He did tell you?
No, but we heard in the bank that he was being on a watch list of the intelligence agencies in the United States. Whether they meant CIA or FBI, I'm not aware of.
I had understood that in 1984, Mr. Abadi had told you that he was on the watch list.
Well, again, I don't recall whether he or Mr. Naqvi or Mr. Shoaib or someone had said about his ambivalence to travel to the United States and to expand in the United States.
The point is, he had expressed overtly a concern about the United States government's view of him. Is that accurate?
Yes, something like this.
Well, I don't want to be something like this. I
But
want to be whatever it
had
was.
he had a lot of ambivalence about expansion, travel to doing business in the United States.
And why did he have that ambivalence?
And there was an impression in the bank that he was either on a watch list or he was not liked by the United States.
Did some months later, early in 85 or after 85, did that attitude change significantly?
Well, from mid-85, his attitude changed completely. He was then freely coming. He decided about the expansion into California, Florida, merger of merger of First American and NBG, etc.
Do you have any knowledge of why his attitude changed so significantly?
No, sir, I did not. My own impression is that some deal had been struck somewhere.
That was your impression?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody put that idea in your head?
No, again, in that culture, you understood a lot of things, whether you were told or you were not told, but you understood a lot of things.
Well, what made you understand that? I mean, that's a hell of a thing just to pull out of the sky and say he struck a deal or something.
Well, I know of similar situation with hindsight. For example, BCCI officers were indicted and jailed in other countries like Sudan, Kenya, India. And in each cases, there was a terror in the bank that, this has happened, that has happened. And somehow, then some deal will be struck, people would be free, BCCI would start doing business all over again.
What were they jailed for in these various countries?
On different charges. I think in Sudan and in all of these cases, if I remember correctly, it was the foreign exchange violations.
Foreign exchange violations.
Yes,
right.
sir.
And in fact, the bank had a reputation for foreign exchange violations at that time, didn't it?
Well, to be honest, all foreign banks try to work around the controls. BCCI did it more blatantly.
So you came to believe that something made his attitude change significantly about dealing with the United States?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did he come to the United States more frequently after that change in attitude?
Yes, sir. From mid-85 onwards, he became a very regular visitor to the United States.
A very regular visitor.
Right.
Now, did you ever learn that BCCI was providing services to the Afghani Mujahideen?
Again, I had heard from BCCI in Pakistan that we had some accounts of aid to Afghan Mujahideen coming from various sources with BCCI offices.
And did you come to learn of BCCI's involvement in the Iran-Contra affair?
Yes, sir. When I took over the U.S. region, we had a case pending in California where one of our officers was involved in dealing with an arms dealer. In fact, we had an account of an arms dealer.
Is that Mr. Arif Durrani?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is Arif Durrani?
Well, I have, sir, never met him. He is a Pakistani gentleman who had an account relationship in BCCI Los Angeles.
And he was trying to ship weapons to Iran. Is that accurate?
Well, he was alleged to and then subsequently jailed for dealing in arms to Iran.
Okay. Something made you believe that he somehow was part of the Iran-Contra affair. Is that accurate?
This had come up in my discussion with the attorneys who were handling BCCI side in San Francisco.
Which attorneys?
Again, sir, I'll have to look up the name. I don't know. But BCCI San Francisco attorneys.
Okay.
Or Los Angeles, probably San Francisco attorneys.
Tell us what happened. What took place?
Well, what had happened was that when Arif Durrani was arrested, he phoned from prison or detention this officer of BCCI in BCCI office to stop payments on cashier's checks which he had made for acquisition of equipment.
Acquisitions of equipment.
Yes, we didn't know what equipment was there with supposedly electronics. And that officer stopped the payment of the checks, which is irregular because they were BCCI cashier checks, they were not client checks, which was irregular. And then not only that he stopped the payment, but he transferred the funds back to Durrani, used that money for Durrani's bail, all without authorization from the general manager in San Francisco. And he was, I think, subpoenaed to go to Massachusetts or somewhere in the Northeast. And then the bank had found out, or the general manager in San Francisco had found out that this was happening. So he transferred this man out of Los Angeles office, made him sit in San Francisco and communicate with the bank's attorneys. However, to both our horror, to Mr. Sobal's horror and my horror, London had overruled Mr. Sobal's decision to remove this officer from Los Angeles as an active officer. And when I took over, Mr. Sobal briefed me about this. So as soon as I got to Los Angeles from San Francisco, I suspended him all over again and said, look.
This is hard to follow. If you can, I want you to try to keep it as tight and as clear as you did the story about the two brothers and the father, that we could understand. So I need you to try to keep this focused.
Although this officer was under a lot of suspicion and was being investigated by the authorities in the United States, the then general manager of California had removed that officer from active duty in Los Angeles branch and put him in the regional office in San Francisco. Somehow from London, he got instruction to send that officer back to Los Angeles and reinstate him in his duties, which neither Mr. Sobal, who was the then general manager, nor myself, we understood why BCCI would take such a disastrous step to put in an officer who is under clouds, who is under investigation by US authorities. So immediately I took over, I again suspended him and transferred him back to, made him available to London to put him anywhere else in the world he would be assigned to. Subsequent to that incident, a few months later, I was contacted by someone from FBI to say that they wanted some records from our office in Monte Carlo. And they had a lot of material originating from the US and from the Swiss end, but the missing link was the Monaco branch of BCCI, Monte Carlo branch of BCCI.
When did you receive this call?
This would be, again, mid-87 or second half of 1987. And they said...
and they had records of Switzerland, you say?
They had information from the Swiss bank. They had information from the U.S. government activities this side, but the missing link was records of BCCI in Monte Carlo.
This is the FBI saying this?
FBI saying that.
FBI says we need records from Monte Carlo.
Yes, sir.
Did they tell you with respect to what?
Yes, they told me that they were investigating this Iran-Contra, and a loan had been made by some person, who they did not know who, to Mr. Khashoggi. This loan had been arranged by the manager of BCCI in Monte Carlo. This manager had been paid $100,000 by, presumably by the US government officials. And he had deposited that check in Switzerland in his own account.
Did the FBI show you any documents at this time?
They showed me the check of payment of $100,000 to this officer. So they wanted to know who the...
Payment by Adnan Khashoggi
Yes, sir.
to a BCCI officer
Yes, sir.
of $100,000?
Yes, sir.
And they showed you that document?
He showed me that check,
Okay.
which had been deposited in a Swiss bank. So I contacted the general manager of BCCI in France and my boss in London, Mr. Amir Siddiqui, and I said, I've been approached by FBI, and I think we should cooperate informally, notwithstanding the French secrecy laws, whatever, because once it gets out into the open, we would have a lot of notoriety. So they agreed to cooperate, and they sent me the required information, which I passed on to FBI.
When you say they agreed, you agreed to help them, correct?
Well, I agreed to FBI.
Was there a quid pro quo for the agreement?
That BCCI, they will not have this information leaked to the press.
So they would keep you out of the press if you
Right, sir.
cooperated with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you were working with them to find what? To find the name of an individual?
Yes, sir.
And the name of the individual they were looking for had engaged in what? Who was this person?
This person had given loans to Mr. Khashoggi privately. And presumably that was the person from a Shiite from Lebanon who had been in touch with the officials in the US.
What's the significance of that? Can you tell us?
Well, the significance of this is when I found that this officer, whom we knew had accepted a bribe, still continued in BCCI for a long period of time. An officer in Los Angeles who had been under clouds and under investigation continued to work in the bank and in the same position with the full knowledge of the executives in London. My knowledge is that this was all being orchestrated from London, and London was aware of what was happening.
So you concluded that there was a reason that London wanted this person who had received a bribe of $100,000 to stay in the bank?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And simultaneously, the FBI was inquiring about Iran-Contra and a link of how that money may have come to have been paid. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you talk to somebody at that time about BCCI's involvement with Khashoggi and Iran-Contra?
Within the bank or outside?
Either.
No, within the bank, I did discuss, and that's why I removed the officer from Los Angeles, and I recommended the firing of officer in Monte Carlo.
Well, didn't you have a conversation with Mr. Amir Siddiqui in which you questioned why this person was being moved?
Why he
was staying?
Why he was staying, and I would not have him in my region.
And what did Mr. Siddiqui say to you?
Well, he had no, in case of the officer in Los Angeles, I had a veto power, so I said, I would not keep him in my region. I could not fire him because he was an expatriate officer, but I would not keep him in my region.
But didn't he express some kind of feeling of anger about the United States sort of calling the shot on this?
Well, not in this case. In another case, after BCCI was indicted in 1988, and in December 88 or January, February 89, I went to London, and I insisted that BCCI implement the internal controls and compliance, not only in the United States, but also in Panama, Colombia, and other locations. And Mr. Amir Siddiqui said, does the United States control the whole world?
I'm going to put into the record now some documents relating to this transaction. The first of these is dated March 27, 1986, and it consists of a $10 million deposit by BCCI in the name of a company which is under formation in the Cayman Islands at the request of Adnan Khashoggi. Are you familiar with the $10 million transaction I'm referring to?
I wasn't aware, but I've seen now the documents.
You've seen the document.
Yes,
what does that? What is your understanding of the meaning of this transaction? Do you know?
Well, in isolation, you cannot say one thing or another. If you put it all pieces together, it looks that BCCI was handling this $10 million transaction.
Excuse me?
In isolation, this document does not evidence except a normal bank-customer relationship.
I understand that, but in light of what you've come to understand about this,
In the context of this, BCCI was aware what was happening
with Khashoggi,
and
there was a $10 million transaction.
Yes, sir.
Now,
it's again very unusual to put through this transaction for a company which does not even exist at this time, because one of the principles of banking is you have to know your customer, who it is. In this case, the customer doesn't even exist. The company has not yet been formed, so that is very unusual.
And the second through the fourth of the documents that I'm going to put in are from BCCI Miami, referring to transactions involving BCCI Monte Carlo on behalf of Adnan Khashoggi. And these appear to us on the committee, given their date, to be transactions relating to the Iran-Contra affair, which the FBI discussed with you. These are I'd also like to enter into the record supporting these second through fourth documents 2 pages of an unclassified deposition from the Iran-Contra hearings of Emmanuel A. Floor on June 8, 1987, regarding Adnan Khashoggi's assistance to the U.S. government in the Iranian arms deal. And I just quickly read into the record a couple of excerpts from this document. According to Floor's testimony under oath, quote, Khashoggi said that the money, the $10 million, would go into a joint venture. In other words, $10 million from Credit Suisse goes into this venture. The venture buys the arms are shipped to Iran. Iran pays for the arms, except when the money came back through, it's $11 million, and there was to be a profit. Part of the profit was to go to Triad International Marketing, which is mentioned in the original document here, and part of the profit was to go to others, including something he described as BCCI. So we have part of the profit of Iran-Contra, according to this and testimony in the Iran-Contra hearings, going to BCCI. To continue, Mr. Floor was then questioned by the Iran-Contra counsel, who asked him, quote, was Manager Ghorbanifar the only individual that Adnan Khashoggi specifically named as being involved in this transaction? Answer, yes, sir. He referred to his associates 2 or 3 times. He said, these are my associates. And when we wrote BCC down, he said some name, but I can't recall what it was. So it's obvious, it seems to us, from these documents and from your testimony, as well as this earlier testimony, that BCCI indeed was party to financial transactions involving the Iran-Contra scheme. And the question is why the United States chose BCCI for this super secret covert action at a time when the CIA already knew that BCCI was a criminal enterprise and had notified people after Senator Hawkins had raised the issue publicly. It's clear that the CIA had previously made its own determination as to that criminal undertaking. They also knew, and BCCI, it is obvious, knew, because of the way it set this up, that the CIA or someone was engaged in a secret arms deal to Iran as it was handling the financing, therefore. So the only people who didn't know about either BCCI's secrets or the CIA's and NSC's secrets were the United States Congress and the American people, and the people who didn't do anything about it when they had the knowledge. Now, this is obviously, a beginning, but the CIA is due to testify here on Friday, and I'd be interested to hear, we will be interested to hear what their response is with respect to these transactions. Is that an accurate picture of what was going on, Mr. Sakhia?
Well, as you describe it, yes, when you put all the things in one, all the pieces on one puzzle.
Well, you had questions at the time. I mean, you couldn't understand why someone with a $100,000 payoff was staying, correct?
Yes, sir.
You thought they ought to be out.
Yes, sir.
London wanted them to stay.
London, they stayed through till the time I left. That officer was still in the bank.
And you specifically reached an agreement to cooperate in helping to provide these links, providing BCCI was kept out of the public. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So BCCI was kept out of the public by a United States government agency,
Yes.
which could have revealed at that time that somebody had taken a bribe.
Yes, sir.
So somebody had an interest in keeping that out of the news.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me come back to the Noriega accounts for a minute, because I'm concerned about, you knew that Amjad Awan in Florida had a relationship with Noriega in the early 80s, correct?
Well, sir, let me back up a little. Amjad Awan was the manager of BCCI in Panama till about 1984. He then moved to Washington. He continued to be the relationship officer for Noriega account. In 1987, he moved to Florida after I had moved to New York. So Amjad Awan never worked with me directly.
I understand that. But there were records in U.S. banks of transactions in the BCCI family,
Yes,
which
sir.
was transacting Noriega's account. There were records of his financial transactions, were there not?
Well, because the transactions were not booked, or the relationship was not with any of the U.S. offices of BCC or BCC Group, but Amjad Awan maintained the files of that relationship, whether that relationship was in London or in Panama.
Where were the files kept?
Well, at two locations, where the relationship existed, like in London, and with Amjad Awan. When he was in Washington, he had it in Washington. When he went back to Miami, he took this with him to
And
Miami.
at some time, were those files shipped out of the United States?
I believe so.
When were they shipped out?
After the Noriega case came to the Senate, and when Senate subpoenaed Mr. Awan and Mr. Shafi.
So this committee issued a subpoena, correct?
Now I understand, yes.
And those records, it is your understanding, were shipped out subsequent to the Senate committee's subpoena?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Now, how do you come to understand that?
Well, in mid-88, I think it was July 88, I was visiting San Francisco. Mr. Dildar Rizvi called me in my hotel on a weekend, and he said, Mr. Amjad Awan has resigned from BCCI, and he is not communicating with anyone. He's sort of gone, and we would like to explain to him that we are his family, he should not leave. And I said, what happened? And he said there was some subpoenas from US government. And we have been advised that he should be transferred out of United States. We were transferring him to Paris, but Amjad Awan.
All right, let me just slow this down a little. Amjad Awan was advised that he should be transferred.
Yes, sir.
Was this subsequent to the United States Senate committee
Yes, sir.
having subpoenaed him?
Yes, sir.
So he was under subpoena to the committee.
I do not know whether the subpoena had been served on him. I think there was, again with hindsight, there had been some mistake that somebody else was served the subpoena meant for Amjad Awan. So it had not been handed to him, but he was going to be subpoenaed by the U.S. Senate. I think something of that.
And who
had
advised
happened.
him to clear out of the United States?
Well, according to Amjad Awan and Dildar Rizvi, they had an advice from the BCCI Council, which was Mr. Altman. They had a meeting in London, and that Amjad Awan should be transferred out of the United States, and Mr. S.M. Shafi should not go back to the United States. Now, from middle of 1988 all the way till middle of 1990, Mr. Shafi never returned to the United States. I don't know he did afterwards, but he did not, and Amjad Awan came here.
Now, what I would like to do is, I'm going to come back to that this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And to the whole series of events that took place subsequent to the indictment and some of the relationships thereafter. But I'd like to go back, if I may now, and fill in some of the gaps with respect to the relationship you were talking about earlier. BCCI developed an external marketing plan. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And the external marketing plan was an effort to take surplus staff in any one territory and have them market for the rest of BCCI's services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And essentially, you were marketing 3 products.
Yes, sir.
Deposits of non-residents of Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh.
Right, sir.
You were marketing for dollar deposits for offshore centers like the Caymans, Luxembourg, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
You were trying to find people who wanted to dump their money out there.
Right.
And you were, and the third was offering correspondent banking services around the world. Is that correct? Because you're a global network.
Yes, sir.
Now, the question, I suppose, if Mr. Clifford or Mr. Altman were here, or anybody else representing the bank, they would say, well, you know, we had a correspondent relationship. We were a bank that was interested in obviously getting deposits. We wanted to grow. Here was a bank that was working in the United States. We had a relationship because we knew Mr. Abadi. Mr. Abadi was the advisor to the investors, and we were obviously going to take advantage of that relationship in an effort to grow and to be a good bank.
Sir, I think you've interrelated 2 different things, marketing for First American and external marketing program. External marketing program was exclusively by BCCI for BCCI. First American was not part of this scenario.
Okay, they played no role in the external marketing.
No, sir.
Okay.
There were 3 essential products. There were generally other products, but these were 3 prime products. Marketing to Pakistanis, Indians, and Bengalis for opening hard currency accounts in their home countries. 2, marketing for dollar deposits for BCCI generally, with particular reference to the offshore centers. And the 3rd was marketing the global BCC network with the banks. Now, back to front, the correspondent banking is a very legitimate product, and BCCI had something to offer. So there was no problem in that territory. In the area of marketing for offshore deposits, in countries like Middle East and Hong Kong, where there are no controls or no regulations preventing or no tax implication, again, this is a legitimate product. But marketing this product in countries either where there is an exchange control is illegal, in countries where there is an income tax like US, Canada, Britain, again, this is difficult because a customer may use the bank to avoid taxes in the country where they were living. So we had a major concern in the United States. And I have subsequently been shown document by Federal Reserve. When I had told them for a year that I had been opposing them, they were suspicious of it, but now they have independent documents to say that I had stopped this practice in the United States, that we would not market the non-resident deposit and the US dollar deposits. But my concern was that overzealous staff, who by their nature was redundant in this office, and to make their mark by bringing in more deposit will make any type of commitments. And this could land bank in trouble.
So basically, the bank engaged in a major marketing program to assist people to avoid taxes.
The bank did not announce it as such, but anyone who wanted to avoid
I can well
taxes,
understand that they wouldn't. But they engaged in it. They entered into it. I mean, that was the effort. And you understood it as that because you fought it, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I understood that the overzealous officers, to protect their jobs, would go and make any type of commitments, even though the bank would, the policy or the senior management policy would not announce it. But they would engage in it. And then whenever the law enforcement comes, it's not these young officers, but people like me who get into trouble.
Senator, perhaps I can clarify a point, if I might. I think
it's clear. Yeah.
Mr. Sakhia is saying that the danger of the program inherently lend itself to people soliciting depositors who wanted to avoid U.S. taxes and also soliciting foreign deposits of people who might be engaging in illegal transactions.
But there's no secret that that's what that kind of bank does. I mean, this isn't some dainty process. The Cayman Islands, Luxembourg, Hong Kong are among the leading harbors for hiding money. I mean, everybody knows it. And
Yes,
everybody in the international banking world knows it. And they all compete for it. Isn't that a fact?
Yes, all banks do it.
Sure. So you
Except-
guys were going to get into the game.
Except that in case of many money center banks and Swiss bank and big Luxembourg banks, it's done very discreetly, very in a very sophisticated way. In BCCI, we were recruiting 1,000+ people into this business.
Okay. Now, the fact that you have said that the external marketing plan was separate from the Coordinating Committee United States Expansion Plan
Yes, sir.
might be argued by Mr. Clifford or Mr. Altman or others on their behalf and say, well, precisely. I mean, they were off doing their own thing, and we had this correspondent relationship here in the United States, and that was our interest. Growth within the banking community where we operated.
Sir, I've elaborated earlier of the type of joint efforts for First American. BCCI officers, marketing.
All right, now let's go into that a little bit, because I want to try to explore that and understand it better. And that will enable us as a committee, obviously, to ask more intelligent questions of them when they appear here. Now, you had a coordinating committee
Yes, sir.
for the United States.
Yes, sir.
How did the coordinating committee come to exist?
Mr. Abedi set up this committee.
When did he set it up?
I think in early '84.
And who was in charge of this committee?
Well, he himself was in charge, but I was the coordinator in the United States.
You were the United States coordinator.
Yes, I would send out agenda for the meeting. I would arrange for the hotels. I would arrange for the meetings.
And as the coordinator, as the person who managed this committee,
Yes, sir.
you understood it to be a coordination of all the banks in the United States under the BCCI umbrella.
Yes, sir.
Was strategy discussed for all those banks at these meetings?
Marketing and products.
Marketing and products. Now, was marketing for the First American Bank included in these coordinated meetings?
Yes, sir.
Did you create documents at the time which substantiate the nature of these meetings?
Well, each of the meetings was recorded, what we call recorded, what we in our term call minuted, and the minutes were circulated to all the participants and all the superiors.
And I ask you again the question, was marketing for First American Bank included in those meetings?
Yes, sir.
Was marketing for the National Bank of Georgia included in those meetings?
Yes, sir.
And were documents prepared with respect to both of those entities during those meetings or after the meetings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'll show you, let me have a document put in front of the witness, if we may. Do you have a copy of it? This is a document, Mr. Sakhia, which I think you've previously identified to us as minutes of the meeting of the U.S. Coordination Committee held on April 24th, 1985 in New York.
Yes, sir. This is one of the examples, but every
This
meeting
is just an example. There are reams of documents, but this is one example. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There were 10 people in attendance, correct?
In this particular meeting, yes.
And among those 10 was a Mr. Khusro Karamat Eli. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Who was Mr. Eli?
Mr. Ali was at that time with First American Bank.
What was his role with First American in New York?
He was, I think he was looking after the administration side of the bank. He was not on the business side of the bank, if I recall at that time. He moved various positions in that bank.
And Mr. Tariq Jamil was also at the meeting?
Yes, he was. Mr. Tariq Jamil was de facto the chief operating officer of National Bank of Georgia. Senator, I want to clarify again on the marketing aspect of EMP and First American. There was a plan within BCCI to market for First American. The international division based in London marketed for correspondent relationship for BCC Group, including First American. So not only the branches of BCCI worldwide sent business to First American, but BCCI correspondents also were sending business to First American. Similarly, the deposits of US residents or US corporations that we could not take in BCCI branches because of the agency status, we would market First American.
Who profited from that?
Well, we were giving profits to First American.
You were parking?
We were giving profits to First American.
You were giving profits to First American?
Because the overhead, the marketing overhead was absorbed by BCCI, the profit that was made in First American. But it was coming back to us because it was one and the same thing.
How was it coming back to you?
Because First American was owned by BCCI.
So they didn't mind giving all this business to First American, even though they might have found a way to get it themselves, because they considered it to be giving it to themselves.
Yes, sir.
This is the brother-brother-father relationship.
Yes, sir.
Now, in this memoranda, in this minutes of the meeting, it cites individual presentations that were made, and one of the presentations was under the heading of individual presentations. It says the purpose to update each member of the operations of different units. It was agreed to discuss briefly the size and volume of each location's business, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the first business to report was National Bank of Georgia, which supposedly was owned by Gaith Ferrone.
Yes, sir.
But in fact, you're saying was owned by BCCI, which is why they were giving a report on their deposits, assets, profits, and advances.
Right, sir. This is an example of the question you were asking, that it was a pure arm's-length correspondent bank relationship. Now, Bank of America or Security Pacific did not come to meeting with this kind of figures.
So these were the only banks with whom BCCI had a relationship in the United States of a correspondent, quote, nature. These were the only banks that came to meetings like this.
Yes, sir.
National Bank of Georgia and First American, among others.
Right, sir.
And the others were exclusively the BCCs, correct?
Yes, sir.
BCC Canada, the New York agency, the Miami, the Latin American region,
Right.
San Francisco, Los Angeles, and then again, we have First American Bank of New York.
Right, sir.
Quote, Mr. Ellie gave a background of the history of First American Bankshares Group, especially New York, describing the role of the investors and how the emphasis was on developing New York. and then he goes into a full range of services that the bank provides. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a question. Looking at that, why would he feel it necessary, if you say this is around 1984 or 1985, why is it such a primer in a sense? Why is he saying the main focus, he described that in addition to providing a full range of services from New York, the main focus would be on creating a powerful international division and a very strong money market and so forth. I mean, he seems to be saying some pretty basic stuff to a group of people whom you say already knew that the bank was owned.
So this was the first meeting, if you see the draft.
Well, this isn't the first time, according to you, that they were coordinating.
No, but this meeting of the coordination committee, and some of the people were attending for the first time, like Mr. Munshi, Mr. Parvez, Mr. Rizvi. These are the first time participants into this meeting.
At this kind of meeting?
In this kind of a meeting.
How did this meeting come about?
Well, Mr. Abedi had asked to set up this committee and asked us to meet regularly. And after the first meeting, we met almost every month at different locations in New York, Miami, Washington, mostly on the East Coast because of the convenience. Now, besides the meeting in this forum, every time BCCI had a quarterly conference in London where everybody from all over the world would participate, there would be a follow-up meeting of the people from different regions. And again, a similar meeting would be presided by Mr. Abedi or Mr. Amir Siddiqui of the US-based staff.
All right. A subsequent set of minutes, I'm going to let the minutes basically speak for themselves, but I just want to flag a couple of things. The next set of the meeting was June 2nd, 1985, and the meeting was in Miami this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, at this meeting, Mr. Eli was present, correct?
Yes, sir.
And representing National Bank of Georgia, Mr. Tariq Jamil again, BCCI Washington was represented. First American was represented by both Mr. Afridi and Mr. Eli. Accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, it says here the purpose of the coordination desk was to coordinate interregional marketing,
Yes, sir.
to provide protocol and courtesy to customers from other areas,
Yes, sir.
to make referral of customers and potential clients visiting other locations, to exchange information on prospects and potential business.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in those 4 items that banks couldn't get together on and exchange or involve themselves in legally?
No.
So-
You are competing with the other institutions. You don't introduce your customer unless you are not in that market. For example, if a customer of the bank was going to Singapore, where BCC did not have a presence, then we would introduce that person to our correspondent to provide protocol assistance or to provide the courtesies, a consular sort of a letter. But here we are asking to take care of our customers and to introduce the business to each other.
Had you ever had that kind of relationship in your banking history with any bank that you didn't own or have an interest in?
No, sir.
Now, another document I have here is a letter written by you to Mr. Afridi at First American.
Yes, sir.
And this is a letter dated 23rd March 1984,
Right, sir.
in which you are basically setting out instructions for what First American has to do to comply with a certain procedure. Is that accurate? Are you familiar with this letter? Does he have a copy of it? This is the Castle Investment Group.
Yes, sir.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Right. We had marketed for business, and we are now telling First American how to handle this business, what to do, what procedure to follow. We are not only marketing the bank, we are telling them step by step how they have to run it.
So you actually gave them point-by-point instructions as to what to do with the business that you gave them.
Yes, sir.
managing the business that you gave them in addition to managing the bank relationship.
Yes, sir.
And again, how did you know that you would accrue any benefit from that? What was BCCI going to get out of that?
Well, again, sir, I said that BCC, First American, was one and the same entity.
What did First America refer or do for BCCI? These documents, incidentally, will be placed in the record in sequence and marked accordingly.
Very little. In the early 80s, First American had just come into existence. They were still finding their direction, their business plan. And in our view, the First American did not have a marketing culture. They were not well known, they were not aggressive, they were not efficient. They were managed by lawyers and a geriatric board. So we were helping them on their feet. Very little was being done by them for BCCI.
I'm going to come back to that a little bit later, but let me just ask you, did Mr. Afridi and Mr. Ellie, I understand you have said to the staff that Mr. Afridi and Ellie of First American and Mr. Jamil of National Bank of Georgia all understood that First American and National Bank of Georgia were owned by BCCI. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
Again, all of this is the evidence that we are doing things together. We are bearing the cost. We, meaning BCCI, is incurring the cost. The First American is getting the business. Not only that we are giving or introducing business to them, we are also telling them how to do the business. These are not arm's length interbank relationships.
Now, I am confident that that Mr. Altman would sit at this table, or anybody would, and say, hey, wait a minute, folks, we were a bank on our own. We did an awful lot of deals that you guys never knew about in Florida, and we earned plenty of money and proved to be a profitable bank by virtue of our capacity to make all these deals in real estate and a lot of other things. You're not going to sit there and say that you looked over their shoulder on every deal they made, are you?
I didn't, but Mr. Abedi did.
Mr. Abedi did?
Yes. They reported to Mr. Abedi.
Excuse me?
They reported to Mr. Abedi about their performance, about their budgets, about...
But they don't contest that. They don't deny that. They say they did indeed report to Mr. Abedi. They reported to Mr. Abedi because Mr. Abedi was responsible for the shareholders, for the investors, and they were designated to indeed report to Mr. Abedi.
Sir,
Where's the inconsistency?
I fail to understand, because I've heard both in the testimonies and in the press, that it was difficult to communicate with the Middle Eastern investors. I fail to understand that, because the type of the list that has come up front now involves people who did business in the United States, who came to the United States. They were not Bedouins in the desert who were not being communicated. These were intelligent people who owned banks and businesses. The Abu Dhabi Investment Authority has several $1 billion investment in this country. And if they can manage those businesses, they did not need a channel via Mr. Abedi to First American. They could have done it directly. And so were the Mahfouz family, and so were Firon. So I do not buy that it was difficult to communicate. They were not some Indians in the woods or the Bedouins in the desert. These people were big, prominent people. They had councils here, they had investment advisors here, they had offices here, they had businesses here. So I don't buy that because of the difficulty of communication with Middle East, this doesn't wash with me.
Don't big, prominent, wealthy people sometimes choose an individual to be their go-between and middle person in the management of their portfolios for a particular investment?
Unless they were a silent investor in a small way. But here is the handful of people owning a major business. And they have several other businesses.
Not banks necessarily.
Sorry?
Not necessarily banks. Here they were investing in a bank, and they went to a banker who had a big international bank, who also happened to be a representative of the third world. They were comfortable with that, and so they said, you be our advisor. You know banking. We don't. You do it.
How much did Mr. Abedi know about banking in the United States, which Mahfouz or Adia or Feron did not know? He had no banking presence in the United States. He had no business experience in the United States. Yes, he had an experience in Middle East and Pakistan and Africa, but not in the United States. What counsel can Mr. Abedi give to go to Mr. Altman, which either the Mahfouz family or Abu Dhabi family or Feron family could not go directly to Altman and Clifford? Why would they need an intermediary in a situation? I can understand, yes, Mr. Feron once asked me to introduce him to people in one of the Caribbean countries. I can understand that. But in the United States, where he has a home, where he has an office, where he has a counsel, where he has a staff, he could do whatever he wanted, and he could have a direct communication with any lawyer or any executive that was managing this enterprise.
Well, now, isn't it a fact that Mr. Abedi actually told you that BCCI owned these other two banks?
He told all of us that this was one and the same enterprise.
How often did he tell you that?
Ongoing, Mr. Abedi used to single me out in some of the meetings to say that, because I was insistent that BCCI should have a direct presence of BCCI in the United States, because we had a lot of opportunity. We were marketing with our hands tied behind our back because we were agencies. And he would say, well, why don't you do marketing for our other bank, for First American Bank, for National Bank of Georgia? Here are two banks, why do you want? I said, sir, it makes a difference, because we do not control the transactions. We do not provide the services directly. We have to go through other people. And this example that you showed me is an example how we were instructing them to provide the service, because it was not in our control. It was being done by a different entity. So we had to spell it out step by step what they should do.
Did Mr. Abedi at some time have a discussion with you about getting business for First American, and you were questioning it, and he said it's okay?
Yeah, I would question, because we were frustrated at the response time, turnaround time, service of First American. In BCC, we, in terms of business, we used to give a very good turnaround time, very good service. First American was, in that sense, very bureaucratic. And Mr. Abedi would say, why don't you pass on business? I would say, First American stinks. First American cannot respond the way we respond. So then he brought about the coordination committee to ensure that things flowed smoothly. In mid-1985, or third quarter of 1985, I still insisted that we should have a bank in US. So in November of 1985, these two decisions were made. One, to merge the First American and National Bank of Georgia, and that BCC should have its own presence.
What was Gaith Feron's role at BCCI?
He was, what we knew then, was one of the largest shareholders in BCCI, and he was a customer of BCCI. Also, we knew that he was a front man in several deals, including National Bank of Georgia. There were non-banking deals like an oil company, cement company, and other businesses in which Gaith Feron was participant.
But now, what do you mean by a front man? How did you, first of all, how did you come to know that he was a front man for National Bank of Georgia?
Let me, sir, take you to the Middle Eastern way of doing business. If you want to do a business in any of the Middle Eastern countries, you need a local sponsor. a foreign company cannot do business in most of the Middle Eastern countries. Now, the local sponsor could be an active participant, or he could be only your sponsor. Means he gives you his name, he gives you his connection, his work permits, but does not participate. He just takes either a percentage of profit or a flat fee. This business was turned around in case of businesses outside the Middle East. Mr. Ferron had been a sponsor of one of the insurance companies which was owned by ICIC in Saudi Arabia. The same thing was turned around in case of National Bank of Georgia.
Except that he wasn't local.
Yes, but the same business like McDonald's is now in Russia. This practice was brought to United States. The practice that had very well succeeded in the Middle East was now being brought to United States.
To find a front person.
To find a front person.
But what proof do you have that he wasn't, in fact, a legitimate shareholder who actually purchased this on his own?
The example that I gave you of the two brothers and a father, what I've seen now with various agencies, how the merger of First American and Independence Bank took place, was how the money went into the circle.
Well, did you know at the time that he had his loan pledged completely to BCCI?
Not specifically, not till April of 1990. We had a sense of it, but we did not know the specifics.
But you personally didn't know it?
No, sir.
So you personally, who were the head of BCCI in the United States, doing day-to-day practical management, didn't know it?
No, sir, because the loans were in Grand Cayman.
Then why wouldn't it be perfectly credible that Mr. Clifford and Mr. Altman wouldn't know it either? If you could be deceived by that, why couldn't they?
No, I wasn't deceived. I knew it. I wasn't aware of the bookkeeping till I saw the file on the Independence Bank. When I saw the file on Independence Bank, I became aware of the specific.
When did you see the file on Independence Bank?
About May 86.
Okay, May of 86, you learned what?
That we were in process of acquiring a bank in Florida, and we were going to have Foulage as our nominee.
Foulage, Mr. Foulage was going to be the front man, the nominee.
Was going to be the front man.
Didn't you in BCCI have a nickname for that? That somebody called it Rent-A-Face?
No, sir. That was a nickname for the directors of BCCI.
That was a nickname for what?
For the directors of BCCI.
Oh, for the directors. They were the Rent-A-Faces.
Yes, sir.
What were these? Rent-A-Body or something?
Rent a name, whatever.
Rent a name or... But
yes,
basically, Foulage was simply going to be a setup, a front for the purchase.
Yes, sir. On the same model, on exactly the same model as Ferron was in case
on the same model. How did you know it was on the same model?
Because I was given a file. I'd seen the file.
You saw the file?
Yes.
And the file you saw was also shared with attorneys at that time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And what attorneys was it shared with?
With Mr. Altman.
Okay, so he saw a file which similarly at that time showed this model for front person acquisition.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what specifically did it show as to Ferron?
The power of attorney from Ferron, his net worth statement, his loan agreements, the pledge agreements.
The pledge agreements, the whole
series,
thing.
Yeah, the series of documents. It was
so in 1986, you got the whole picture.
Yes, sir.
You could see precisely how one loan was subscribed to from one institution and then pledged to another,
yes,
shares of stock as collateral pledged, so that ultimately you had this circular ownership situation.
In case of Independence Bank, it was done even little more sophisticated way, that the loan was made by a New York bank. This bank was guaranteed by a French bank. BCCI guaranteed the French bank. So it was sort of one step.
But the French bank was a BCCI bank.
No, sir. They had a common directorship, BAII.
Okay. BAII was common directorship.
Had a common directorship. But BCCI guaranteed BAII. BAII guaranteed New York Bank. New York Bank made the loan. When the loan was not serviced, BCCI paid the interest. When the loan became due, BCCI paid the installments.
Now, Mr. Foulage was also an original investor in First American, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Was he a front man in that transaction, do you know?
Well, I believe so.
But you don't know.
Well, again, I keep going back to a common understanding in BCC that this is one and the same bank.
Just take 1 minute here. I think what we're going to do now, it's just about 1 o'clock, is break for lunch, come back, pick up with the National Bank and some other items. We may not begin exactly at 2:30, but we're going to try to. We have another committee quorum issue, which I've got to attend to. But we'll plan on beginning the hearing again at 2:30 this afternoon, and we'll stand in recess until that time. The hearing will come back to order. My profound apologies to all concerned about the delay. Unfortunately, I told you I didn't think it might start till about 2:45, but the Senate then scheduled, as it is often wont to do in the middle of a session like this, a vote, and that took even longer. The great advantage of having these hearings during recess, which not a lot of people like to do, is that we really get a lot more done in continuum, and sometimes that's very important. Mr. Sakhia, let me remind you that you remain under oath as you were sworn earlier today.
Yes, sir.
And could you pull the microphone just a little closer there? I want to make sure we get as audible as possible. I think some people had a little bit of problem hearing you earlier this morning.
Yes, sir.
I would like to come back now and fill in a few gaps as we go along sequentially here. I'd like to go back to the issue of Mr. Ferrone and the purchase of the National Bank of Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Did you learn at some point that Mr. Ferrone had developed serious financial problems?
Yes, sir.
When did you learn that?
I think in later part of 1985, the second half of 1985, it was all over the news that Mr. Ferrone, both his businesses in Saudi Arabia and outside world, had severe liquidity problems. And there was a steering committee of banks set up to resolve the problem of their stuck-up loans.
So in 1985, Mr. Ferrone had a number of business failings or problems outside of BCCI.
Yes, sir.
And a series of banks came together as a creditor group.
Yes, sir.
And they were chasing Mr. Ferrone for money, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How significant were those claims, do you know? What kind of money was at stake, would you estimate?
In hundreds of millions of dollars.
So hundreds of millions of dollars of problems for Mr. Gaith Ferrone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did that in some way affect anything with respect to BCCI and its relationship to Mr. Ferrone?
Well, so my feeling is that Dr. Ferrone had a shareholding in BCCI, and he had an ownership of National Bank of Georgia, which to the outside world was unencumbered. But in fact, it was encumbered to BCCI or BCCI affiliates like ICIC and so on, within the one umbrella. So, and later on, within a few months.
Pull the mic down a little, just, there you go, see if that's better.
Within few months, there was no more shareholding in BCCI. All his shareholding in BCCI had been transferred to or sold to Mahfouz's family.
Sold, I didn't understand that.
Either sold or transferred, but effectively, he no longer remained a shareholder in BCCI.
That was transferred.
According to my terminology and my understanding. But
how was it transferred, do you know?
Well, again, what I've seen or what I've heard since 1990 is that a loan was given to Mahfouz family to buy the shares, and the loans of Ferons were adjusted.
So a loan was given by BCCI?
Or BCCI affiliates like ICIC or...
So all the BCCI affiliates chipped in loans
Right, sir.
in order to give the money to somebody to buy out Mr.
Dr.
Ferron.
Ferron.
So Dr. Ferron would no longer have a visible or attachable, reachable liability,
Yes, sir. A reachable asset
a reachable asset.
which could be attacked by the creditor banks.
Are you saying to us that BCCI was afraid that this front person had accrued outside liabilities
Yes, sir.
that would then put BCCI's true interest at risk if they were able to reach that interest in the name of Ferron?
That's correct.
Therefore, you are saying that Mr. Ferron went through some transactions to get out from under the potential of BCCI, in fact, losing that interest.
Right, sir.
Is that why National Bank of Georgia was sold?
Again, that is my conclusion.
That's your conclusion.
That
Well, were you part of any discussions? Did you hear any conversations to that effect?
not vis-a-vis restructuring of Dr. Ferron's portfolio and investment within BCC Group, but in general, I was aware that there were meetings in London, which I was not party to, but there were meetings taking place in London to restructure the holding and the loans and the assets relating to Dr. Ferron's business.
And who were those meetings between?
Between Mr. Abidi, Mr. Naqvi, representative of Mr. Ferron, the people from Central Credit Division. So they were restructuring the Ferron case, and at the end of 1 year, or within the period of about 12 months, from a holder of National Bank of Georgia and probably the largest single holder in BCC, he no longer remained shareholder in BCC, and he no longer owned National Bank of Georgia.
Now, you have testified that BCCI made the decision to take over National Bank of Georgia directly rather than Mr. Clifford and Mr. Altman making the decision. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding.
Now, when you say your understanding, I want you to be precise. Did you have knowledge of that as a matter of
Yes, sir, I had.
you do have knowledge. What
Right,
is your
sir.
knowledge of that?
Before I would make one or two side comments with your permission. First of all, none of these documents here or with any other agency I have given to anybody. They have all been independently found. I have not given
But you didn't give any of these documents to anybody.
to anybody.
The documents which give evidence of some of this were independently supplied or found.
Yes, sir. Secondly, you reminded me about oath, and this morning we discussed that some of my testimonies have been under oath and others have been without oath. But to me, both is the same. Whether I meet any agency of the government under oath or without oath, I will tell what I know to be true. I just wanted to make these 2 points. Now, coming to National Bank of Georgia, there was a meeting in Miami in November of 1985.
Who arranged that meeting?
I had organized the meeting.
You organized the meeting.
I organized the meeting. Mr. Abidi, Mr. Naqvi came from London. We had the conference, which was for BCC. But during this period of Mr. Abidi's stay, there was a meeting between Mr. Clark Clifford, Mr. Altman, Mr. Abidi, Mr. Naqvi, Mr. Tariq Jamil, and I think Mr. Carlson, in which
So Roy Carlson?
Mr. Roy Carlson.
Okay. And this meeting was in an open office?
This was held in a conference room, which was a glass conference room, and I was sitting in the office. I had sent the invitations and made arrangements for everybody's travel. Now,
But you were not actually present during the meeting?
Not during the meeting,
Okay.
but in the evening before this meeting.
Let me, before you get to the evening, it's my understanding that after the meeting, Mr. Abadi you all met, and Mr. Abadi told you something.
Yes, he told us two things, that the National Bank of Georgia would merge with First American, and two, that we would have our own bank in Florida. BCC will have its own direct presence in Florida. These were two crucial decisions taken at that meeting.
Now, when Mr. Abadi told you that, did Mr. Abadi say to you that we have instructed them to buy the bank or to sell the bank, or instructed this is the way that, how was that conveyed to you?
Well, my recollection is that we talked of merger and not buy and sell. We talk of merger of National Bank of Georgia with First American Bank.
Did you discuss the issue personally yourself with either Mr. Altman or Mr. Clifford?
No, sir, not the National Bank of Georgia issue. I have not discussed that with them.
It was my understanding that you were at a dinner the night before with Mr. Naqvi and Mr. Abadi.
Yes, sir.
Was there discussion at that dinner meeting?
And Mr. Altman, when Mr. Abadi briefed Mr. Altman about the next morning's agenda of their meeting. And again, these were the two subjects. The one was the merger of NBG and First American, and the second was...
Well, would it be unusual for Mr. Altman as counsel? I mean, he wears several hats, and that's been an issue here. Why would it have been unusual for Mr. Altman or Mr. Clifford as lawyers for Mr. Abadi and lawyers for BCCI not to have been briefed? That would seem to be a normal course of business.
Well, here they are also the chairman and the president of First American, and they are being told of the decision to merge the two entities. Now, they are supposed to do all the regulatory and legal work and paperwork, but essentially the decision is being made by Mr. Abadi. Also, sir, I've been shown a document of my report to Mr. Abadi of February '86.
What document is that? Go ahead. You can go. Why don't you continue, Mr.
According to this document, I have had discussion with Mr. Abadi which part of NBG should be transferred to First American and which part should be directly taken by BCCI. This, according to this document, I have suggested that the Florida offices of National Bank of Georgia should merge with BCC, Florida, as it was going to be, and the rest should go to First American. So that is the decision we are making in BCCI, not being made by Mr. Clifford or Mr. Altman.
This is the document, a letter from you to Mr. Abadi,
Yes, sir.
dated February 10th, 1986.
Yes, sir.
And this letter notes that you personally will be meeting with Mr. Altman in order to pursue this transaction?
Yes, sir.
Stating, with reference to our brief meeting in London, we are pursuing bank acquisition with Mr. Altman, the two institutions I mentioned to you in London. So you were really briefing him on the completion of his instructions with respect to that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Now, again, why is it not possible that Mr. Abadi was simply conveying the instructions of the shareholders, of the investor group that he represented?
Yes, but earlier you asked me whether the decision was being made by Clifford Altman or it was being made by Mr. Abadi. What I'm saying is that this decision for First American to merge with National Bank of Georgia is being made by Mr. Abadi, not by Mr. Clifford or Altman or board of First American.
So it's your testimony that while the regulators and anybody in the public who might have noticed thought that First American was just buying a bank in Georgia.
Yes, sir.
In effect, BCCI was giving instructions to what it considered a subsidiary to buy a bank for BCCI. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you believe that the documents that you have cited, as well as others, support that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What other documents would you assert support that?
So I mentioned this morning a very critical document which I haven't seen with any authorities here, was a model file of the transaction of Independence Bank.
The model file. That's the file that you testified to earlier today,
yes, sir,
which had the details of the National Bank of Georgia buyout plus the prospective buyout of the bank in Florida.
Well, that had the model of Independence Bank in California, which was a model which we were going to follow in Florida.
Now, did you meet with Mr. Altman in Luxembourg in May of 1986?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who else was present at that meeting?
Mr. Swaleh Naqvi and Mr. Shahid Jamil.
And Mr.
And Mr. Robert Altman and myself.
What was discussed at that meeting?
We had discussed about the acquisition of a Florida bank, and we had come to an impasse whether BCC could buy because of its financial problems, or whether a nominee should buy. And between February of '86 and May of '86, 3 nominees had been changed. And in that meeting, Mr. Naqvi briefed us that now the nominee would be Mr. Fullage, and he would send power of attorney and documents, and he mentioned that he would give one of us the file on which we should base the model on.
And the reason that the bank did not go for those purchases directly, again, was what?
Because BCCI had a major loss in 1985. And with the financial statement as of December 1985, it was not thought prudent to go to the regulators for approval of BCCI as a foreign bank holding company in the United States.
Now, let me reference another document, which is, I believe you have it there. It is a memorandum from you copy was sent to Mr. Naqvi, and I think it's for the file. And this was as to the meeting that you held in Luxembourg.
Yes, sir.
And this memorandum, you've looked at it and you're familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
This memorandum then is documentation of what you have just said about that meeting.
Yes, sir.
And this memorandum documents the bank's instructions and the bank's efforts to effect this sale itself, rather than to have this done independently.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, and that memo, I believe, sets out that Mr. Altman was going to have the power of attorney for Mr. Al-Falaj. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In order to have the power of attorney, he would have therefore had to have been conducting the transaction, I take it.
Yes, he was to complete the paperwork.
Complete the transaction.
And the transaction, yes.
Okay. And since it was being effected on the model that you have described, that would mean that all of the paperwork that was attendant to the carrying out of that model would have been in his control or under his purview. Is that accurate?
Right.
Was it, in fact? Do you know?
This was not to reinvent the wheel. We had done all of the similar work had already been done vis-a-vis the California bank. So the power of attorneys, the loan agreements, the management agreements, the assignments, the collateral, everything was already existent. All they had to Xerox them again, put new names, and get them signed.
Now, did you ever go to the offices of Clifford and Warnke in Washington for any reason?
I had been, sir, a few times.
A few times.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall a meeting in June or July of 1988?
Yes, sir.
What was that meeting?
We had gone to brief Mr. Altman. We, meaning Mr. Dildar Rizvi and myself, had gone to meet
Who's Mr. Dildar Rizvi?
Mr. Dildar Rizvi was the new head of U.S. desk in the head office. He was in charge of the U.S. operation in the head office.
In the head office?
Meaning in London.
Yeah.
He visited me in New York, and then Mr. Rizvi and myself went to meet Mr. Altman in Washington, in his office in Washington, to brief him about our decision to convert BCC agencies in California to full branches, and then from full branches to a subsidiary in California. We had a long meeting. We discussed the whole business plan and staffing and capital, everything. At the end of the meeting, Mr. Rizvi asked Mr. Altman whether Mr. Clifford was in the office. He would like to pay his respects to Clark Clifford. So Mr. Altman found out, and we went to Mr. Clifford's office for a few minutes, where Mr. Dildar Rizvi greeted him and paid his respects. That was essentially a social or a protocol type of meeting with Mr. Clifford. With Mr. Altman was a meeting of substance. With Mr. Clifford was a meeting of courtesy.
Was there any discussion of substance with Mr. Clifford at all?
No, we very briefly, in 2 minutes, Mr. Rizvi briefed him that now we were going ahead with our plans in California. And Mr. Clifford, I remember, said a lot of jokes, political jokes, other jokes. And he said, what strikes out in my mind is, Mr. Rizvi, welcome aboard. We will tell more lies now.
We'll tell more lies now. Mr. Clifford said that?
To Mr. Dildar Rizvi.
That sounds like I mean, that's sort of, was that in a joke?
Well, I thought to be a joke, but the present context, it's no more a joke.
But it was meant as a joke then?
It was meant as a joke then.
You're positive of that? I mean, there's no question in your mind about, I mean, it just sounds like an improbable thing for an intelligent lawyer or somebody to say. It just, you know, it's kind of hard to believe. That's all I'm suggesting.
Well, these are the words to best of my memory. He says, Dildar, welcome aboard. We will now tell more lies. I did not know what was the private joke, what was the context of that joke.
Is there any question in your mind about your memory with respect to that?
Not to these words, no.
No question.
I'm very positive that these were the words which were said.
I'm going to, you have identified for staff, and I just want to put it in the record very quickly, you've identified a series of documents with respect to the Castle Investment Group, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is your testimony that the Castle Investment Group of Fort Lauderdale was business that was given by you to First American?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that document will be made part of the record. And in addition to that, there is a document dated June 10th, 1985, from Hassan Parvez to a Mr. Amber Yunus on BCCI stationery, and this is regarding participation sold to First American Bank. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that document here? What was the meaning of that document, participation sold to First American?
So we had given a loan to, I believe this relates to Jamaica under the CCC program. We would get a mandate and then sell part of the loan to other institutions. In this case, First American had bought the participation from us.
Well, it says here that the loans are accruing at 10.875%, which represents the rate of interest being paid by Bank of Jamaica to BCCI.
Yes, sir.
In turn, we have sold these loans at prime rate, leaving a 7/8% of a point spread for us. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So in other words, you took the business, gave it to First American,
Yes, sir.
kept a spread for BCCI.
Yes, sir.
Now, is there anything, that doesn't strike me as unusual. I mean, don't banks do that all the time? Or am I misreading this?
No, but the banks, we did sell the participation to other banks as well. So it's, in that sense, it's not unusual, except that in case of other banks, there would not be a memorandum like this. The other bank would buy the participation and then do its own bookkeeping, do its own transaction, receive its own payments. Here we are doing a lot more work than an arm's length correspondent bank.
And therefore, the importance of this document, as you present it to us, is that this document demonstrates a different relationship from the norm.
Yes, sir.
It demonstrates a relationship of BCCI participating in the deal in a way that would not normally occur with an arm's length transaction.
No, sir. Because we are doing all the paperwork and detailed work in a syndication market. When a major bank syndicates a loan, then each member of the syndicate does its own accounting, does its own interest calculation, everything. Here we are doing everything for First American.
I see. You're doing everything for them. Was that what the 7/8% was supposed to cover?
No, that was related by the market. That was dictated by the market because...
Why was it necessary to take 7/8% if BCCI owned First American and you just give the whole thing to them and in the end recoup? What was the purpose?
Well, the manager in Miami is also overzealous and he wants to also show some profit. So if the decision had been made at London Abdi level or even at my level, we would not have bothered about it. But the overzealous manager would try to get an advantage.
Grab his piece to be able to show success?
Yes. Also, one other caveat to that is that, to my memory, we had sold the insured portion to First American, whereas to other banks we would sell 100%. In this case, to First American, we had sold only the portion that had been guaranteed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So the risk portion still remained with BCCI.
The risk portion remained with BCCI?
Yes, sir.
Well, that wouldn't be a normal transaction, would it? You wouldn't give away...
No, we would not. We would sell the participation of the loan as is to other members of the syndicate. But in this case of First American, because they were not experienced and aware of these type of transaction, so we gave them insured transaction. We did the collection, we did the interest calculation, we did all the booking. We just gave them the part of the business for them to make money.
Well, with respect to Canal Place Limited Partnership and a document dated June 21st, 1985, from BCCI to Mr. Afridi at the First American Bank, that states that BCCI requires First American to add its confirmation to a standby letter of credit from BCCI Tampa to Travelers Insurance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is the meaning of this document?
Well, under this, our customer was borrowing some monies from Travelers Insurance and many other agencies under the guarantee of BCCI. BCCI not being a U.S. bank, Travelers Insurance and City of New Orleans would not accept BCC guarantee or BCC standby letter of credit. So it needed American bank confirmation. So we asked, or almost told, according to this memo, for First American what to do. They would come into the position of the confirming bank. Now, as I recall, Travelers Insurance did not have First American on the approved list, nor did City of New Orleans. So we went to Travelers Insurance to accept the First American confirmation. Ultimately,
Could First American have refused to do this?
They could not. We had told them what to do and they would do it.
I beg your pardon?
They could not say no to us.
Why?
We told them what to do and they would do it. And this document is an evidence of that.
This says, the First American Bank, for the kind attention of Mr. Ijaz Afridi, please discuss and pass on this message to Mr. Sakhia.
Yes, sir.
Require First American Bank to add their confirmation to the following standby letter of credit, which is something by the BCCI Tampa to Travelage, which is issued by BCCI Tampa to Travelers Insurance. So you're saying require First American. That was an instruction?
Right.
And is it true that if that had not happened, without the bank-up guarantee, you would not have been able to arrange that transaction?
Well, in the end, if my memory serves me right, the travelers did not accept First American. So we had to then arrange it with Bank of America.
Okay. Do you know why they didn't accept?
Because still it was an unknown, relatively small bank.
With respect to imports, PL, that's United States law, PL 480, imports by Sri Lanka, there is a document dated September 3rd, 1987, to a Mr. Nasim Khan of BCCI in Sri Lanka. And this came from a Mr. Jaffrey of BCCI in Washington. That's the Washington agency
Representative
branch,
office.
right? And this document describes how First American will handle the banking needs of BCCI Sri Lanka. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And this simply says to Mr. Abadi, reference your memo dated 17 July 1987, addressed to Mr. Amjad Awan. We contacted the International Department of First American Bank and advised them that they have been registered with Central Bank of Sri Lanka to quote rates for advising a negotiation of LCs under the PL 480 program.
Yes, sir.
Now, why could that not have been pursuant to their instruction or request?
I don't understand your question.
When you say, not you, but when Mr. Abadi is informed.
This Mr. Abadi is a different Mr. Abadi. He is not the president of the bank.
I beg your pardon?
This Mr. Abadi is a different Mr. Abadi.
Correct. Mr. Yusuf Hussain
Mr. Yusuf
Abadi.
Yes, sir.
But when he was informed, he's the international division of BCCI.
No, Mr. Yusuf Abadi, was he the manager in Sri Lanka or was he the international division? Because
I
he had
think
been in both.
international division.
Yeah, at that time he may be in international division.
It's July 1987.
Yes, sir. Mr. Nasim was the manager. You're right.
But my question to you is, this merely states we contacted the International Department of First American.
Yes.
And it says that they've been registered with Central Bank, correct?
Central Bank of Sri Lanka.
And what are you asserting that document?
What I'm saying is that BCCI is making efforts to register First American Washington as an acceptable bank to the Central Bank of Sri Lanka.
Could they not have done that at the request of First American?
No, but First American would have to either go themselves to Sri Lanka to register themselves. In this case, BCC manager in Sri Lanka and BCC International Division in London is doing all the effort to register First American with the central bank.
Is that unusual?
It is. I mean, you wouldn't do it for a third party. You would do it for your own, but not for somebody else.
So what you're suggesting is that they were doing it for themselves?
But BCCI was doing it for itself.
Through BC, I understand, all right. Now, who is Mr. Mohammed Hamoud?
Mr. Mohammed Hamoud, to my knowledge, was a shareholder in BCCI, and I later on found out that he was a shareholder in First American. My memory goes back about 27 years or 28 years when I went first time to Beirut. He was a small-time money changer.
He was a money changer in Beirut.
In Beirut.
He was Lebanese.
He could have been Syrian or Lebanese.
And he passed away when?
I believe he died early this year or late last year.
Now, did you ever assist Mr. Hammoud on a real estate transaction while you were at BCCI?
Yes, sir. We did a loan to him from BCCI in New York, which we were told from London to give that loan in the first instance. In the second instance, when he had acquired the property and he wanted to develop a property in Washington, he contacted us to make a construction loan, which we refused to do because we were not equipped to handle construction loan.
So you didn't want to do the transaction?
I didn't want to do the first transaction, and I completely refused to do the second transaction.
Were you ordered to do the transaction?
The first transaction I was ordered to do.
Who ordered you to do the first transaction?
The Central Credit Division in London.
And London ordered you to do what?
They had decided about the loan. They only asked us to disburse the loan and do
So
the
you made a loan
documentation.
to him for 110% of the value of the property?
We ended up doing 110% of the loan.
Okay. Did that make business sense?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. But nevertheless, you did it because London told you to.
Yes, sir.
Now, did he came back to you, you said later, for a second loan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he wanted a construction loan at that time?
Yes, sir.
You said no.
Right.
Did you receive instructions then from London?
But then London told me, why don't you introduce him to First American? Because the property is in Washington. First American is present in Washington, and First American is doing real estate loans.
Did you introduce him to First American?
Either directly myself or one of my staff introduced him to the respective people in the Washington office of First American.
Of First American.
Yes, sir.
And did First American finance his next transaction?
I think they financed a letter of credit for Mr. Hammoud.
Now, did you later learn that Mr. Hammoud was an owner of First American?
I learned after I left BCCI that he was
What did you learn after you left BCCI?
that he had bought shares from Mr. Clifford and Mr. Altman.
And when had he done that? Prior to?
I believe it's in 87 or 86 or 87, but much before the loans.
Was that prior to these transactions?
Yes, sir.
So allegedly, Mr. Hammoud was a stockholder in BCCI, correct? Excuse me, in First American.
Yeah, both. He was a shareholder in both.
Shareholder in both.
Yes, sir.
And from whom did Mr. Hammoud buy his stock in First American, supposedly?
Supposedly he bought it from Clifford and Altman.
And notwithstanding that, London asked you to introduce him to Clifford and Altman subsequent to his already being a shareholder.
Yes, sir.
But why would Hammoud have to go to you to obtain a loan from First American if he owned shares of the bank that he'd purchased from Mr. Clifford and Mr. Altman?
I wasn't aware. Now it doesn't make sense to me that why a shareholder, and who was among the handful of shareholders, it's not like a big corporation with hundreds of shareholders. There are a handful of shareholders. He had directly bought the shares from the chairman and the president, and he wants me to introduce to the officers of First American. It didn't make any sense to me.
Now, I'm going to introduce a couple of documents into the public record, which we're not going to go through now because of time, but the first document is a letter apparently written by you regarding Mr. Hammoud, and it's written to the Central Credit Division of BCCI London regarding a standby letter of credit from BCCI for $4.5 million. Is that correct?
Right, sir.
And that refers to the property that was being purchased from a church in Alexandria, Virginia.
Yes, sir.
And the other documents refer to standby letters of credit from First American on that property
Yes, sir.
and other property of Mr. Hammoud. Is that correct?
Right.
Now, what, if anything, do you know about a $10 million loan by First American to Zurich Corporation, an organization apparently controlled by Mr. Hammoud?
I'm not aware of that transaction. I've seen the documents, but I'm not aware of that
So
transaction.
you know nothing about that
I do not.
transaction? In 1986, you received a memorandum from a Mr. Abu Nizam describing UPI United Press International, establishing a global account at BCCI as a result of their agreeing to place their entire U.S. and head office banking portfolio with First American Bank. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And placing its international operations with BCCI. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So according to this document dated 8 December 1986, Mr. Amjad Awan was to handle the account on behalf of UPI.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that take place?
I'm not sure. I think that very early stage of that acquisition, the gentleman who was buying sold back his option. So I do not know how much of the transaction went through BCCI and how much did not. But the understanding was that as one entity, we will handle the business of UPI in United States through First American and rest of the world through BCCI.
So you would assert that as another example of the breadth of this jointness of relationship. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, turning for a moment to Price Waterhouse, if we can. There are documents which we've been provided regarding some $600,000 in loans of Barbados dollars from BCCI to Price Waterhouse in Barbados. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Which branch of Price Waterhouse was responsible for auditing BCCI Grand Caymans?
The Grand Cayman office of Price Waterhouse was responsible.
And is that that is part of the Barbados, right?
No, I believe
That was handled, Grand Cayman's branch was handled by Price Waterhouse Barbados.
I do not know, sir, the structure of Price Waterhouse. My impression is that either Bahamas or Grand Cayman would be the headquarters and not Barbados. But I could be wrong.
It's my understanding there's only one Price Waterhouse branch in the Caribbean.
But I've seen two. I've seen Cayman and Bahamas.
Cayman?
Price Waterhouse Cayman and Price Waterhouse Bahamas.
Okay, well, we'll check on that. Let me ask you this. The Grand Cayman's BCCI was the branch where the biggest losses occurred. Is that not true?
Yes, sir.
Did Price Waterhouse Barbados ever borrow money from BCCI?
Yes, sir. They did.
And I take it, do you have the document there? Price Waterhouse borrowed $597,000.
Yes, sir. The amount is as per the documents.
Well, I'll enter into the record a memorandum dated July 2nd, 1987 to Mr. Hassan at BCCI Miami from Mr. Jawed. And it says, please find, subject, Price Waterhouse, please find enclosed our proposal for an additional loan facility of BDS $187,000 in favor of Messrs. Price Waterhouse. A loan of BDS $400,000 was approved for this firm of chartered accountants in your memo dated 7 October 1986, secured by the personal guarantees of the firm's partners, estimated net worth BDS $4 million. So here, I take it what he's saying is these $400,000, let me read directly from this if I can. This was to give us the start, quote, for future banking relationship between BCCI and Price Waterhouse. The letter describes Price Waterhouse opening up a money market account with BCCI in Miami. Is there a particular reason that BCCI was anxious to obtain Price Waterhouse accounts?
I think Price Waterhouse was more keen because, as I recall, BCC in Barbados had the available credit ceiling from the central bank to make loans. and Pricewaterhouse wanted a local currency loan. As a quid pro quo, they would put a US dollar deposit in Miami, whereas we would lend them Barbados dollars. So the first transaction of 400,000 Barbados dollars, which is 200,000 American dollars, was approved during my tenure in Miami.
Now, you've already suggested in your opening statement that Price Waterhouse, in your mind, was either negligent or incompetent or corrupt or all three or a combination of any of those three. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that Price Waterhouse adequately performed their service as auditors within the Caribbean and Latin area?
Well, in the Caribbean branches, other than Cayman, they did the work routinely as auditors would do. The greatest negligence came in handling the more critical areas like Grand Cayman, Luxembourg, Panama, Kuwait, Bahrain. These were the centers where the frauds took place. And they have been very, very, very negligent in that area.
Well, now, were any questions raised at BCCI about the practice of loaning money to auditors who were supposed to be responsible for the certification of the accounts of the bank?
So I don't think any discussion as such took place, although London was aware of this loan because we had informed London, even though it was within my power financially, but I had informed of the loan to
Do you see any apparent conflict in the auditors for a particular bank banking with that particular entity and, in fact, being indebted to them in a significant sum of money?
But again, you're asking...
I'm just asking a personal opinion on this one.
As an average caliber banker, your question of ethics, whereas the Price Waterhouse is the conscience keeper of an institution, and if they are telling us that something is right, we think it is right.
Let me just say for the record that staff has reviewed documents from attorneys for Price Waterhouse listing all of their partnerships, and their partnerships show only one in the Caribbean. So while they might have had more than one office, apparently there is only one partnership.
In retrospect, Senator, if there is a conflict of interest between Price Waterhouse borrowing money from BCCI, yes, there is an apparent conflict.
Now, what was BCCI's relationship with Bank of America?
Up till 1979 or 1980, Bank of America was 30% shareholder of BCCI. After the relationship ended, BCCI was the largest banking customer of Bank of America. And BCCI, Bank of America was the largest correspondent of BCCI. So from both point of view, the largest banking customer of BCCI was First American, and largest banking customer of Bank of America was BCCI.
Do you know whether or not Bank of America had reason to believe that BCCI was involved in money laundering?
I don't see how they would have known.
Weren't there some concerns at Bank of America, which is why they began to withdraw from their 30% ownership?
No, not for money laundering cases, not to my knowledge, because money laundering became more of a stigma in mid-80s, whereas this decision to disinvest had taken place in late 70s. They were not happy with the style of management and the growth of BCCI, and I think those were more important reasons than money laundering, because if they were concerned about money laundering, then they would not have been clearing $1 billion a day. On an average day, they would clear $1 billion right through till 1988-89.
What was the relationship of the Banque de Commerce et Placement in France and BCCI?
It was, again, a subsidiary of BCC Group. I'm not aware of how much holding was which entity, but it was part of the group.
Did BCP launder money for BCCI?
With hindsight, I would say yes. I wasn't aware
didn't-
of the time, but with
But
hindsight.
you're aware now that it did, at least in the Tampa case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And didn't BCP open up a branch in Luxembourg when BCCI already had a branch there?
Yes, sir.
Did that suggest anything to you?
It's very suspicious, and
Suspicious of what?
that why
collusion?
would we need another branch in Luxembourg? These two cases, I don't remember whom I discussed with, but I discussed it with people in London about the BCP branch in Luxembourg and BCCI Columbia branch in Bahamas, when BCCI itself had a branch in Bahamas. So these two cases I remember discussing, I think in the period of post-indictment between October 88 and March of 89.
Now, who was Mr. Alfred Hartman?
He was director of BCCI Holding and some of the BCCI subsidiaries, and I think he was the chairman of BCP.
And involved with BNL,
And now I
Bank-
learned that he was
Bank
director.
Nacional de Oro,
He was director of Bank National de l'Oro.
and the Maritime Bank.
Yes, sir.
He was a director of each of those.
I understand now, sir.
Okay. Did he fall under that category of what you were calling rent-a-face?
He was popularly known as Rent-a-Face.
He was popularly known as that.
Mr. Hartman, Mr. Van Onen, Mr. Twitchin, they were known as Rent-a-Face.
Now, I think there'll be further testimony
It was-
regarding him.
Sir, it was known as RAF. So those people who were not familiar with the internal joke would think that they had a glorious service with the Royal Air Force, which is the British Air Force, like a veteran in the United States. So it's a sign of respect, but internally it meant that they were Rent-a-Face.
Who is Sarah? Let me ask you something that's been curious to a lot of people. Where were you when BCCI was indicted for the Tampa drug money laundering case?
I was in New York. The day indictment took place, I was in London, but my posting was in New York.
And when the indictment occurred, I gather a team of lawyers was put together to deal with it?
So in the immediate hours, there was lawyers in Florida. In the middle of the night when people were arrested, there were lawyers put together by the people who were present there. Subsequent to that, Mr. Naqvi had talked to Mr. Altman, and Mr. Altman subsequently put together a team of lawyers from Washington. He made the selection for the bank, both the entities of the bank, and for the individual defendants.
Was there concern about these individual defendants perhaps talking about bank activities?
According to the BCC culture, everybody was confident that these people, these individuals will not betray the bank.
Would not be what?
Will not betray
Would
the
not
bank.
betray the bank?
Yes, sir.
Well, didn't the bank take some rather extraordinary efforts to guarantee that they wouldn't betray the bank?
Well, they provided the attorneys and they kept them on the payroll. But other than that,
Well, didn't they
no.
do more than keep them on the payroll? Didn't they provide protection for them and house them during the trial and provide their lawyers?
As I said, they were provided with the lawyers and the pay, but the security was, I think, the request of the court or the Justice Department that they be protected. The condition of their released on bail was that they would be provided adequate security.
Well, this indictment took place in 1988, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what month in 88? It was in
October.
October?
Yes,
So
sir.
in October of 88, there's an indictment.
Yes, sir.
1 year and 3 months later,
Yes, sir.
there is a plea.
Right.
How, in God's name, did you spend $45 million on legal fees for 5 defendants who pled in a 1 year, 3 month period of time?
I don't understand it either, sir. I had questions on that. And I was very dissatisfied with the attorneys, both on the criminal case as well as on the regulatory case. I had very strong objections, and others in BCC had very strong objections. On an ongoing basis, we debated that.
Well, I need to be more accurate there. There was a split, wasn't there? The defendants went to trial, correct?
Right, sir.
The bank pled.
Bank pleaded guilty.
So about 21 million was on the bank plea, and 20-some million, or 8 million, I think it was on the trial of defendants. Is that accurate?
I'm not aware of the split. We were told in January of 1990 that $35 million have been spent on this case. Because when we were briefed by Mr. Naqvi following the day of plea agreement, I was the one who raised objection in London.
I might tell you that I didn't practice law for that long a period of time, but when I was a prosecutor, I dealt with a lot of defense attorneys, and then when I was private sector, I had my own firm for a few years, and I got to tell you, I never heard of anybody in a year's criminal case on a drug money laundering or any case they're like making $1 million or $2 million, let alone 21 million or 45 million.
It's a surprise to me also.
Well, who paid it? Who paid it out?
All the money was given from BCC Group to Clifford and Wonke, who then distributed it to various lawyers. But all the payments went through Mr. Altman's office.
Was there an effort to try to use political influence to solve the problem of the Tampa indictments?
Well, I had discussed with Mr. Naqvi and others, and I believe a contact was made with Sheikh Zayed of Abu Dhabi.
But you're not sure? You don't know that?
I'm more or less sure.
You're more or less sure?
That a contact was made by Mr. Naqvi with Sheikh Zayed.
What does more or less sure mean?
Well, I wasn't at the meeting, and Naqvi did not specifically say that I went to, but I knew he went to see Sheikh Zayed several times. I also knew of discussion with other than Mr. Naqvi that it is not possible to use or the influence is not working. I was also aware of Mr. Naqvi having lunch with the then Prime Minister of Pakistan. And I was aware that a meeting was arranged by Mr. Awan's father with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. So once Mr.
They were specifically trying to use that as a connection, is that correct?
Yes, both.
But she turned,
and
she turned that down, did she not? She said
she
wasn't going to help.
Right. Mr. Naqvi once did tell me in one of the lighter moments that if General Zia was alive, the things may be different.
After the indictments, did BCCI hear from the Federal Reserve?
Yes, sir. We had regular meetings. I used to have regular meetings with Federal Reserve.
And what was the Fed's approach?
Well, the Feds in the districts was very understanding. The Fed board in Washington was very tough.
Did the Fed want to talk to top officers of BCCI?
I had arranged a meeting through the council, not through the Altman Council, but the lawyers that I was using, a meeting between...
Why were you using separate lawyers?
Because that were our regular lawyers. We used to use them on a day-to-day business, and we had hired them to help us in the regulatory matters and the...
What lawyers were those?
I was dealing from San Francisco, from Los Angeles and Washington, a firm of Morrison and Forrester. And they had arranged my meeting with the staff of the board in Washington. In fact, we had told them that Mr. Naqvi would come to the meeting. But under the advice of Mr. Altman, Mr. Naqvi did not come. We tried to arrange a conference call between the staff of the board and Mr. Naqvi, to which the staff of the board did not agree that they would not have a conference call.
At that meeting with the Fed Reserve, were you asked about the relationship between First American and BCCI?
Possibly, yes. I want to just go back, period between October of 1988 and February, March 89 was a very intense period. Senator, I would give you an example that you're driving at 80, 90 miles an hour with 4 tires are blown, and we are trying to hold it together. So it is quite possible that they have asked me, but I don't have any notes to say that they did or they did not.
Now, I want to ask you, it's fair to say, though, that you didn't reveal the link between the two banks at that time.
No, sir, I did not.
You were still working for the bank.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's only been subsequent to your departure in 1990 that you've revealed those links.
Yes, sir.
Was it your understanding that there were some sources at the Fed Reserve who were providing information to attorneys for the bank?
Well, what had happened, sir, was that every 2 weeks, I used to meet every Fed agency that was concerned with BCCI, New York, San Francisco, Atlanta, and representative of the board in New York. And I would get what the feeling on a day-to-day basis was, and I would report to Mr. Naqvi. Whereas Mr. Naqvi would say that, but Mr. Altman thinks differently. So I would argue with Mr. Naqvi that, sir, I am meeting them on a day-to-day basis. There's the Fed examiner sitting in our offices. I'm having a regular meeting every 2 weeks with the representative of the board. And what they're telling me, yes, they're concerned about the compliance. Yes, they're concerned about the internal controls, but they're willing to work with us. They're willing to guide us, and they're willing to help us. On the other hand, Mr. Naqvi's feeling was that there was some monster Federal Reserve which was out to get us. And this information was going from Altman to Mr. Naqvi. Now, before October 88, to all of us, the Federal Reserve Board in Washington was out of bounds. We were not allowed to go.
Not allowed to communicate or deal with that?
With them. We were allowed to see the district banks, but not the Washington Fed.
2 months before BCCI was indicted in Tampa, the bank was subpoenaed by this committee, correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you first come to learn of the subpoena?
By a telephone call from Mr. Rizvi to me in San Francisco about Amjad Awan resigning and the background of Amjad Awan's resignation.
He told you that Amjad Awan had resigned from the bank?
Yes, sir.
And that was Mr. Rizvi who told you that?
Dildar Rizvi, yes,
Did he
sir.
tell you why Amjad Awan had resigned?
Because he was asked to be transferred to Paris, and he would not want to go to Paris because he thought he was under subpoena, and he could not be absconding from the subpoena.
So he didn't want to run away from the subpoena,
Yes, sir.
but he was being transferred to Paris in order to get him away from the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
Mr. Awan told me, Mr. Rizvi told me
2 people told you that.
at that time. Subsequently, Mr. Faruqi and Mr. S.M. Shafi told me that.
Did you try to get in touch with Mr. Awan to talk to him about that?
Yes, sir. I got in touch with him from San Francisco, and later on he came to see me in New York.
What did Awan say to you when he saw you?
He said he would not work with BCC lawyers. He would have his own independent counsel. I made him agree that both counsels will cooperate with each other, and he will hold his resignation till the Senate hearings were over.
And did he tell you that he was going to Washington to meet with the investigators of my staff at
Yes,
that
sir.
time?
He did.
And he was accompanied by a separate D.C. attorney, is that correct?
His own attorney, yes, sir.
And he told you he wanted his own attorney because he didn't trust the other lawyers or the other people involved?
Yes, sir.
In the period following the indictment, did you have a number of meetings with Mr. Naqvi?
I used to meet him at least alternate week.
And did the issue subsequent to the indictment of the relationship between BCCI, First American, National Bank of Georgia, did that relationship come up in those meetings subsequent to the indictment?
Well, the National Bank of Georgia had already ceased to exist. It had become part of First American.
It was now First American.
It was now First American.
But what about the relationship to First American?
No, sir. After that, we were concerned with putting our house on order, not in First American.
Okay, well, wasn't that part of putting your house in order? Wasn't there subsequently an effort to try to make a sale in order to get everything cleared up?
Well, we had suffered a very major setback. A lot of customers had withdrawn, a lot of official agencies had withdrawn the custom from BCCI. We were getting bad press. We were under regulatory pressure. So we had to put, all our energy was being spent to damage control. And that's why I was made the head of marketing for BCCI in August of 1989 to do that damage control and recover back the lost business, etc. So all our energies within BCC were focused on putting BCC in order, whereas the Clifford Altman group had tried to insulate or put a firewall between the two institutions.
So you're saying that at the time of the indictments, a special effort was made to put a firewall between the two institutions?
Yes, sir.
What form did that firewall process take?
Well, all the communication, which used to be so frequent and so open, had ceased to happen. During the first 3 or 4 months of the indictment, while I was still in the United States, and we had problem in getting our business accepted in the United States, there were a couple of subsidiaries of First American, I don't recall whether it was Virginia or Tennessee, which refused to do business with BCCI.
And the United Nations pulled its accounts from BCCI, correct?
Yes, world over.
So this was a moment where BCCI began to feel that things were crumbling a little bit.
Well, very soon, in about a year's time, we'd got handle on it, and we had begun to grow again in the second half of 1990. We had suffered withdrawal, we had suffered lack of relationship with many institutions, banks, but in the second half.
Now, when you say you've got a handle on it, you got the plea behind you, is that correct?
No, sir. Plea came in January of 1990.
Okay.
But before the plea, we had reestablished relationship at least with the business corporations, with many commercial banks, with many central banks. So we were going to get back that relationship. But the official agencies like United Nations or the Exim Bank, etc., they would still not do business with us.
Now, did the effort to contain this also involve getting documents out of the United States?
As I said, this related into pre-indictment and after your subpoena in Noriega case. I'd heard that some Noriega papers had moved from Miami to London.
After the subpoena?
After the subpoena, but before the indictment.
Noriega papers left?
They left from Miami to London.
Did you have any control over any of those papers?
No, sir. These were in Latin America regional office in Miami.
However, as I think you know, some checks have turned up, which were General Noriega's, through First American.
Yes, sir.
So how would that have occurred? You have General Noriega using First American also?
No, sir. What I've seen in these documents were the checks on BCC account. BCC rep office maintained an account with First American, and they had disbursed some expenses, and they had made notation and what these expenses were for, and they related to General Noriega's visit to the United States. But as it could have been with any bank, it did not matter whether it was with First American or any other correspondent bank.
Okay. But those documents were housed then in Miami.
The relationship file was with Mr. Amjad Awan in Miami.
Do you know who had custody of those documents when Amjad Awan left?
They would have fallen under the jurisdiction of Mr. S.M. Shafi, because he was the regional general manager.
Of Mr. Shafi.
Yes, sir.
And was this file transferred in toto to Mr. Shafi when Mr. Amjad Awan left the bank?
At some time when Amjad Awan left the bank and the bank was subpoenaed, the papers were transferred.
Okay. Did you personally know in 1988 that Amjad Awan was handling this account for General Noriega?
Yes, sir.
Did you personally know that he was the custodian of this file?
He had the
1988.
relationship and correspondent file, yes, sir.
And did you know that when he left the bank, he left this file with the bank?
This file should have been in Miami because Mr. Amjad Awan, after his meeting in London, never went back to the office in Miami. He never attended the office in Miami.
With respect to the documents that were under subpoena, the subpoena sought the records of General Noriega's file and the bank records, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those records were in Miami at the time the subpoena was issued, is that correct?
Some of them. The account documents would be in Panama, account documents would be in London, but the relationship file was in Miami.
And it would have evidenced where other documents were, is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And the account numbers would have been known in those documents in Miami?
Quite possible.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Right. Do you know who, if anybody, suggested that those documents would be better off in London than they were in Miami?
I'm not privy to that information. I do not know firsthand who would have advised them.
But you were told specifically, but you do know specifically about Mr. Awan not wanting to go to Paris, but being told he would be transferred to keep him away from the subpoena. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Amjad Awan and S.M. Shafi both independently told me that.
Personally told you that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was going to transfer, whose idea was it to transfer him to London?
According to these two people, there was a meeting in London in which Mr. Naqvi, Mr. Rizvi, Mr. Altman, Mr. Awan, and Mr. Shafi were present. And in those meetings, a decision was taken that Mr. Shafi would stay behind in London and Mr. Awan would be transferred to Paris.
Did any other people also tell you that he was to be transferred?
Mr. Dildar Rizvi told me during this telephone conversation, and Mr. Farooqi told me later on while I was in London.
Now, let me ask you just a couple of large questions here, if I can. We've been through a lot of detail, a lot of very dry testimony, obviously, but I think it's important to try to, for the committee to get as factual a sense publicly in the record as we can. Some of the allegations that you make are obviously extraordinary and of huge weight in this entire episode. Not all of it, I will say right on the face of it, is testimony that is automatically admissible in any court by any sense of the word, and I think we recognize it. Those aren't our rules here, and we try to keep it as much as we can to first-hand observation evidence, but obviously we don't have the same rules. You have stated with a certainty, though, with a very strong certainty, that it is your testimony that it is impossible, according to you, according to the practices of the bank, according to the relationships that existed, according to the instructions that were given, according to loans that were made, according to the interlocking network of those loans, according to the front people that existed and their relationship to the various parties, according to conversations that took place in various countries and so forth. You're saying it's impossible for anything other than an ownership relationship, a fully controlled relationship to have existed between BCCI and First American and National Bank of Georgia beginning in the early 1980s. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Is that completely accurate? Is there any waffle or variation?
No, that is my strong and positive opinions.
Well, more than opinion. I don't just want opinion here. Is that something you knew to be a fact by virtue of the practice you carried out as the head of the BCCI in America?
Well, you have enumerated the whole list of interlocking relationship, joint business, joint marketing, the staff transfers, hiring of staff, merger of First American National Bank of Georgia, renting of space, appointment of chief executives. The documents now I've seen how the raising of capital and purchase prices were circulated. It is nothing but one institution.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Abadi, in fact, personally told you on a number of occasions, we are First American, we have First American, First American is part of us. In various ways he did that. Is that accurate?
Sir. Right.
Well, tell me, in what ways did he do that? I mean, what was the language he used? His language, not mine.
Well, again, it's difficult to remember the words, but any time a question came up of starting BCC's own presence, the reason we cannot do so much of the business which is out there, would say, but we have our own First American. We have National Bank of Georgia. We have to put the business there. We have to make them viable. So on an ongoing basis, the staff is together, the business is being marketed together. You have seen the examples of businesses, which is not arm's length businesses. There are several examples that you have shown me, which I have not brought it to you, which show that we were doing not only marketing, but calculation of interest, passing of entries, introductions, selling, marketing. What does this show? That this is one and the same. Now, for some regulatory purposes or legal purposes or logistics, they may be separate corporations. But General Motors has several thousand corporations, but it's one entity. It may be incorporated differently, it may be registered differently, it may have different boards, it may have different management, but it's one and the same institution. In some of our conferences, when we discuss the total assets of the group, we discuss the total assets including First American, National Bank of Georgia, BCCI. And you've shown me papers, which you have shown it to me, where we are discussing the assets of BCCI in the United States, which includes the total assets of First American and National Bank of Georgia.
How did BCCI come to exude what the head of the Bank of England has called a culture of criminality? How did this happen? You were there. You were a mainstay in this effort in this country. Everybody's claiming that, you know, somebody deceived me, the other person deceived me, so forth and so on. Where did this come from, this culture of criminality?
Senator, I am really ticked off at Bank of England. Bank of England have tried to hide behind some laws and secrecies and privileges, but Bank of England, next to them, 2 blocks away from Bank of England, was headquarters of BCCI spread in 5 buildings. 3,000 people worked there. When it suited Bank of England became the regulator of BCCI. When it suited them, they said they have nothing to do with us. Bank of England collected taxes on 3,000 staff payroll. Bank of England now says they have nothing to do with it. So if anyone has to be censored, it has to be Bank of England and Pricewaterhouse. Senator, in all the media and all the testimonies, there's been a broad brush that all 14,000 people were corrupt and criminals. But what I said in my opening statement, that this was a very small group of BCC executives, BCC directors, and Middle Eastern frontmen. Very small group. The whole institution was not corrupt. Now, at times...
Can I just stop you there? A very small group.
Yes, sir.
Why is it not plausible then? I mean, there are a lot of us here who would really like to believe Clark Clifford and Bob Altman people were deceived, that this didn't happen. Why is it not possible that this small group of people kept this and just did their little deals between themselves, that nobody knew how that stock had been transacted? That there wasn't, I mean, they didn't know that the stock had been held. They said, we represent these people. Here he is, a big Middle Eastern money person, got a big bank. He says, I represent these people, and there's no showing to the contrary. Why is that not?
Senator, you have shifted from one question of culture of criminality to the First American.
But you see, you're saying it's a small group. It's hard to believe that a small group spread such a culture of criminality and that there was such a culture. I mean, a culture is not exactly a small group. A culture represents the concept of all through the banks, throughout it. And that's essentially what was, that's essentially, let me just finish. That is essentially what the banking authorities in England said, what Lord Pemberton said. He said, this is pervasive fraud. And now you have bank being investigated in Egypt for money laundering. You've got relatives of Indira Gandhi and the Gandhis being investigated in India for malfeasance. You've got problems in Latin America with presidents of countries who apparently had arms deals going on that were surreptitious. We haven't even gotten into the arms deals here. I mean, you have a whole host of criminal activity. And you're saying this was just a small group of people, but you yourself were very worried about what was going to happen in Colombia. You were worried about the skeletons in the closet, as you have phrased it yourself, that might come out, and you didn't want to fight the indictment because you thought that would result in the skeletons flowing out. So there's more here than a small group, unless I'm missing something.
Yes, Senator, I have told your staff and various other agencies also that not only in the time of Colombia, but in 1986, I was worried so much that I resigned from the bank. And I told Mr. Abedi, Mr. Naqvi, and Mr. Amir Siddiqui that this is tragedy waiting to happen. And BCC officers...
When did you say to them it's a tragedy waiting to happen?
Because I was concerned about...
When did you say?
July of 1986. I resigned from the bank. I tendered my resignation in writing, and I had subsequent several meetings, and I told 3 of them that this was tragedy waiting to happen. Someday BCC officers would be in jail, and I don't want to be one of them. After that, after a lot of persuasion, I agreed to stay behind, but I said I will not stay in Miami because of the link with South America. But again, what I'm saying is that popularly 14,000 people were criminals. What I'm saying is it was few dozens, not even few dozens, maybe 15, 20, 25 people who were responsible for the criminality. If this was a culture that 3,000 people in London were criminals, what was the government of Britain doing about it? What was the Bank of England doing about it if there were 3,000 criminals? What has happened today is that 14,000 of BCC staff has been painted as criminals. They're not getting jobs anywhere. They're not being employed anywhere. They are not being given apartments to rent. And there's a big suffering. And that's why I'm here, to say that there was only a handful of people. The senior management, some of the senior management, the attorneys, the directors, and the Middle Eastern frontmen. Between them, they did the fraud of different types.
Senator, perhaps I can interject. I believe what Mr. Sakhia is stating simply is that there are many people who work for BCCI, and it's unfair to taint everyone who's ever been employed by that institution or one of its subsidiaries as part of this culture of criminality. That's one of the reasons Mr. Sakhia is here. It's certainly his testimony that a number of people were involved in criminal activity.
I appreciate that. And I think, Mr. Sakhia, I have to depart now for another meeting. Senator Brown is going to close out the hearing, and we're going to reconvene. He has some questions, and then we'll close out the hearing. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 p.m., not with your testimony, but with Mr. Lance, who will be appearing. And I think it probably will only amount to a morning session tomorrow. But let me just say to you that, you know, I think that basically you've been very forthcoming. I mean, you're submitting yourself, obviously, to the threat of perjury, and you've come before the committee, and you've come voluntarily, and you've answered things, I think, to the best of your ability. Needless to say, there are always gaps of different people's perceptions and memory and firsthand observations and so forth. And yet I think you've raised a number of theories and helped shed some light on what possibly has taken place here. I want to emphasize possibly, because I don't think the committee feels equipped at this stage to make any conclusions it would be inappropriate to. And I have consistently throughout this hearing process tried not to draw any conclusions, and I think we've only drawn one, and that was my objection to the way the committee was dealt with respect to the response to the subpoenas. And we did draw a conclusion there. But as to who did what, when, or how beyond that, I think the committee has tried to be pretty careful about that. We will look forward to explanations coming forward to whatever you have laid on the table here today, which is plenty. And obviously, there is a lot of work yet for us to do. But I want to thank you for your contribution to this. I know your life is a turmoil today. I know that seeing a life's work go down the drain like this is about as bad as it can get. And I don't know how to make any of that better, except to say to you from the committee's perspective that I think you're on the right track by trying to be helpful and trying to lay out to all of us exactly what happened here. And we're going to have to sift through the various testimonies and try to draw our own conclusions and make judgments about what that really is. So I want to thank you for taking the time to be here. And
thank you very much for the opportunity, Senator. It is up to you to draw the conclusions. I have answered everything honestly and truthfully, and my understanding of things as I saw them. It's up to you and various agencies of this government and various other governments to do what they can to mitigate this tragedy.
Appreciate it. Senator
you.
Brown. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just have a few additional questions, and obviously I want to give you a chance to add anything that you would like to at the end of this. We have not talked in depth today about Centrust and any possible connections with BCCI, and I wanted to provide an opportunity for you to share with us any knowledge you might have in that area. First of all, let me ask, are you familiar with Centrust?
I'm familiar what organization was. Centrust was the savings and loans in Miami. I'd had one or two social meetings with David Paul, but other than that, I wasn't aware of any link between BCCI and Centrust. It did not happen in my time in Miami.
The meetings that you had were with who?
With David Paul, the chairman of Centrust. Mm-hmm. But I was in Miami, head of a foreign bank, and he was an important person. So we met on some social occasions. But other than that, we had had no business relationship in my time.
Excuse me, Senator, may I talk to my client for a moment?
Okay. Would you ask?
I'm finished, Senator.
During my tenure in Miami, there was no relationship between SunTrust and BCCI.
Do you know of any ownership interest by SunTrust or by BCCI in SunTrust?
Well, I have been asked many times, and I've been shown documents that Dr. Ferron owned about 18% of SunTrust, but I have no knowledge of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name as to who owned.
Dr. Ferron owned 18% of SunTrust stock. I've been shown documents in various agencies.
But you can't verify that.
But I cannot verify that. I have no knowledge of that.
Were you aware of the purchase of a subordinated debenture, $25 million of subordinated debentures issued by SunTrust in May of 1988?
I'm not aware of. I wasn't in Miami.
This was beyond the period of time that you were...
in Miami, after I was in Miami.
Mm-hmm. So beyond the rumor you've heard about ownership, you don't know of any ownership? And,
no, sir.
With regard to the purchase of subordinated debentures and their redemption, you don't know anything?
I have no knowledge of those.
I appreciate that. I'm going to enter here at this point in the record a phone log from David Paul. This was presented to the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Antitrust, Monopolies, and Business Rights. It's a record of David Paul's calls and discussions. This is February 13th, 1985. And I'll enter that here in the record, the unanimous consent. I might say I do note here his discussion with you at 12:40 on February 13th, 1985. The note is, would like to arrange a meeting with you. He will be out of town till February 22nd. There are several other notes here. Do you recall conversations at this time? Would you like to look at the phone log?
Sir, I remember there was a financing, there was a loan SunTrust was going to make to the purchaser of some LPG business, liquefied petroleum gas business, from Texaco. A customer of SunTrust was going to buy, and SunTrust was going to make a loan. David Paul wanted us to participate in that loan, and we had some telephone discussions in respect to that loan to the customer of SunTrust, but nothing happened in that transaction.
During this period of time that you were aware of, did you all do business with?
SunTrust, not till February '87. While I was there, we did not do any business with SunTrust.
Let me ask if there's anything that you would like to add at this point for the purposes of the record.
Well, I've said it in the opening statement, and I've said it subsequently, that I feel very concerned for the thousands of former employees of BCCI, and they have suffered a lot. And any agency that would do something to mitigate their problems, and if any fines are imposed on these people who are involved, there should be some help given to the BCC staff in this country and elsewhere. And that is my request to you, sir.
Take it it's your feeling that the overwhelming majority of BCCI employees were not aware?
Yes, sir.
Of the criminal activity?
No, sir.
Do you feel they should have been?
Well, an employee is hired to do a part of the business, and they are doing their part honestly and diligently. They are managing what they are asked to manage. It was only a handful of top people in London and the directors of the bank and the front men of the bank who are involved in various conspiracies of owning First American. An officer of a bank in Africa or in Europe or Middle East, he's not involved in this. He's servicing his clients. He's providing good service. He's putting in 70, 80, 90 hours a week. He's working under extreme conditions. He's not party to any fraud. He's not party to money laundering. He's not party to ownership in California. And yet, these are the people who have suffered. The rich Middle Eastern middlemen who have collected fees and dividends and bonuses are enjoying part of this fraud.
Couple questions to close out. Many corporations have pretty strict codes of conduct that deal with not only ethics but compliance with the law, not only the letter of the law but the spirit of the law. Did BCCI have such a code of conduct?
No, sir. That was a problem. Well, to a code of conduct, we had some general notifications and circulars, but we did not have what a major bank would have, a compliance division. And we had tried to do it on our own in the field. I had tried to institutionalize that while I was in Florida and when I went to New York, and that's where I ran into problem in Florida because we were trying to introduce internal controls and compliance. Subsequent to that, when BCCI was indicted, I wanted to hire an external agency to do the work, whereas London decided that it will be done in-house, the compliance procedures and compliance manuals. Because I had signed agreement with state of Florida, state of California, and state of New York to put the compliance procedures. I was the signatory to those. Well, that's why I wanted to hire external agencies which were experts. But bank decided to do this internally. In January or February of 1989, I went in a huff to London to extend this compliance beyond the US to the other offices of BCCI, like Panama and Colombia. And that time I was told by two Siddiquis, Amir Siddiqui and Salim Siddiqui, that United States does not control the world. And I told them, and these are my exact words.
Observation too.
This was my reply to them. I said, Mr. Siddiqui, the day government changes in Panama, and if there is a pro-American government in Panama, everybody from BCC will end up in jail. These were my words. After that, Mr. Naqvi said, would you like to move to London? I said, thank God, yes. Although in my personal life, it was the worst time. I moved to London in March of 1989. In the same month, my wife had a cancer operation. But still, I went to London. I left her with my 14-year-old son, and I left for London because I thought that this was a big tragedy going to happen. I consulted the partner of Mr. Schnapp, Mr. Lumiere, whom I knew. I said, what shall I do? Shall I leave the bank? He said, if you left the bank at this stage, you would become immediate target. You were the senior most BCC person. And then nobody will pay your legal fees and nobody will support you. So it's better that you go to London until this case is concluded and you can leave at that time. And I left in April of 1990 at the conclusion of this case.
You have extensive experience in the banking industry, not only inside the United States, but around the world.
Yes, sir.
You occupied a key position with BCCI. What sort of laws should we look at that would have been helpful to stop this tragedy from happening? What kind of requirements would have spotted this and made it impossible?
I'm not a legislative expert or legal expert, so my opinion would be from a common man's perspective that the controls in the bank and the auditing of the bank should be tightened much more than they are now in many countries. There are hardly any regulations on the practices of institutions.
You mean internationally or inside the U.S.?
Both in the United States and internationally. Mm-hmm. The savings and loans tragedy is because of similar situation. No regulation, no accountability, no audits, or audits, and the auditors are not held accountable and responsible. Although this is a free market, and I subscribe to the form of free market, but free market to pay interest, whatever you want, and then have all of that deposits insured by FDIC. So the bank take money at whatever cost, make losses, and yet the government and the taxpayers subscribe to the mismanagement. The management has to be made criminally responsible, not just be fired. The auditor should be held criminally responsible. The auditing of the bank and the financial institution should become more organized. I've seen audits by the regulators in several countries, in Canada, in United States, and other countries. And I don't want to be misunderstood, but most of that staff is very underpaid and untrained. Whereas the staff of the commercial institutions is highly trained, highly paid, highly organized. Anytime auditors would come, the examiners will come from various agencies, their first attempt would be to get a job in the organization they are auditing. Now, naturally, because they are underpaid, they are not trained, they are not looked after, they come to a commercial institution where there are exquisite dining rooms, cars, privileges, beautiful offices. They are working under stress. They are underpaid, they are overworked, they are not trained. Now, this part has to be corrected, particularly in the United States, because now I'm here in the United States. And if a separate agency was to be formed, commercial firms were to be given this work, and then this could be charged back to the institutions which are being audited. But they are dealing in public trust, and they are being insured by taxpayers' money.
You're feeling that some of the illegal activities might have turned up if the auditors had been more thorough, better trained, more conscientious?
But again, in my view, if something was illegal in acquisition of BCCI of the First American Independence, National Bank of Georgia, at least the auditors of the bank knew that, because they were auditing it. They knew the loans were made to CCH, they knew the loans were made to Ferron, they knew the loans were made to others. Did not they question? Did they not know that it was illegal? I can understand where you and Mr. Chairman come from vis-a-vis Clifford and Altman, that they might not have known. I can see your point of view. But I cannot see the point of view of the auditors of the bank, because auditors had the books in front of them. They knew what the loan was for, what the collateral was, what the loan agreements were. The loans were not being serviced. For years they knew this.
You're saying all of it was there.
All of it was in the books. It was in the record, and they were privy to those records. The American lawyers may take the plea that they were not, but there's no way the auditors would have not known.
With regard to the dodge that went along in terms of ownership, with the practice of having nominees take ownership of the stock, when in reality BCCI was the owner. Any thoughts come to your mind as to how that can be spotted? What sort of arrangements would be helpful in, I mean, that's a case where obviously what they did was illegal under U.S. laws, and yet it lasted for many, many years, never spotted. Any thoughts on what kind of requirements would get at that?
I would be at a loss to recommend. I can understand the predicament of the Federal Reserve and similar agencies, because they were consistently lied to And I would very much be at a loss to recommend how they can tighten up any of this.
Would some coordination, international coordination between countries with regard to bank regulation be helpful here?
I believe there is a Basel Concordat of the central bank, and I've read in the papers recently that a representative of the Federal Reserve is the chairman of that group of regulators. But again, there are so many national interests and so many political interests at each other. Now, BCCI to everyone was an illegitimate child. So everyone has cooperated or to a small degree, they have cooperated in case of BCCI. But in other tragedies like Banco Ambrosiano and others, Banco Nacional del Lavoro and so on, even this sort of a group has not been successful because there are national interests of various agencies.
BCCI obviously was able to not only acquire significant banks with a minimum amount of capital or equity, but it appears that they then used their control over those banks to acquire ownership in other banks.
Yes, sir.
This ability to pyramid appears to give someone with almost no equity an ability, what was this, $19 billion in assets by the time the empire was put together?
BCCI? Mm-hmm. BCCI group was $24 billion.
Say again?
$24 billion.
$24 billion.
The equity was about $1.5 billion.
And when you say equity of $1.5 billion, you're referring to the equity of all the institutions combined?
No, sir, of BCCI. According to BCCI financial statement, it had share capital or the capital fund of close to $1.5 billion.
If the institutions were not terribly successful financially, how did they achieve that kind of equity?
Well, BCCI in commercial business was very successful. Its profit was very high. Its return on equity and return on assets was very good. So BCCI on the commercial side was an extremely successful organization worldwide.
How much of that, of the profit, can you give us an estimate as to how much of it might have been obtained legally and how much of it was obtained illegally?
The money is so fungible that you cannot identify what happened, because they're not specific transactions. You raise deposits which you may invest in US government securities, and you may see that this is earning on securities, whereas the source of funds may have been drug money. So it's very difficult to identify which portion came from where. But in case of BCC, such a large proportion of its business was international business and foreign exchange operation and service-oriented, that a very large percentage of its business came from providing good service and needed service. I'm at a loss to understand why they would indulge in activity. But it's once you are caught into this web of ownership, cross-ownership, insider loans, to extricate that, they had to go on covering again and again and again. But on the commercial side, it was a very successful bank.
We appreciate your testimony coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
On Thursday, the subcommittee will meet to take testimony from Clark Clifford, the former chairman of First American Bankshares, and Robert Altman, the former president of the organization. C-SPAN's cameras will be there to cover the hearing, and you can expect to see it here on Thursday evening. Watch for a schedule update for the exact airtime.